Well, good morning, everyone, or maybe good afternoon or evening, depending where you're joining us from. Welcome here to the Launchpad Network and our live launch coverage for Roscosmos Soyuz MS-26, launching from Site 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad, and here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you all joining us here and broadcasting from our TLP Space Coast studio in HQ. Take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We'd love to give some shout outs there, and as always, we'll be answering your comments and questions that you send in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. Roscosmos is targeting 12:23 p.m. Eastern Time for the launch of a Soyuz 2.1A rocket from Site 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, set to carry 2 Russian cosmonauts and 1 NASA astronaut to the International Space Station. We're getting our live views here from Roscosmos in just a minute. Once we do, we will patch those in. Now, Russia doesn't provide as clean of a feed as they used to, so we'll be doing the best that we can with what we can get from them over the next hour, 25 minutes, as we continue to count down to launch. But we're glad to have you all joining us here. We, of course, also have our Polaris Dawn tracker up, where you can stay up to date on the latest of everything on the Polaris Dawn mission. The crew has successfully flown to the historic altitude of 1,400.7 kilometers, the furthest anyone has flown in 52 years since the last Apollo mission, and the furthest any woman has flown in space. Super exciting milestone to see. There's an incredible video of the Dracos firing to push them into that altitude. We're continuing to bring you the latest updates. The spacewalk scheduled 1 day, 15 hours from now. And of course, we will bring you full live coverage of that right here on the launch pad. Now, we are expecting NASA to begin live coverage for today's launch as well. That's set to begin about 15-20 minutes or so from now. Once we have that, we will patch it in, but in the meantime, we will be watching just the feed from Roscosmos to see that live view of the launch site, where fueling is well underway. The crew should be on board the vehicle at this time. We'll be continuing to monitor those. Now, this is the first of 2 launches that we have scheduled for today, 3 depending what time zone you're in. At 12:23 p.m. Eastern, we have the launch of a Soyuz 2.1A, which is what we're counting down to now. At 10:47 p.m. Eastern tonight, we have a Falcon 9 carrying Starlink 9-6 from Vandenberg in California. And then at 4:52 a.m. Thursday morning for us on the East Coast, we have a Falcon 9 carrying Bluebird Block 1, number 1 through 5 at 4:52 a.m. Of course, you will bring you full live coverage of all 3 of those launches. If you want to stay up to date on the latest launches, you can head over to tlpnetwork.com, click on that launch button, and it'll open our launch calendar. You can also head over to the Launchpad shop and get your limited edition Polaris Dawn Starwalker tee that we dropped last night. Definitely make sure you go and check that out. We got Marcine watching from Poland. Amy is in Michigan. We got Greg in Louisiana. Randy's in Pennsylvania. We got Jesse in Colorado Springs. Quorum, sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Cornwall is in Belgium. Glenn is in Australia. Russian weather is in Moscow. We've got Fun in Greenland. We got Jessica in Ohio. Cheryl is in New Mexico. Great to have you all tuning in. Mike is in New Jersey. I see Poland, Ohio. Glad to have all of you joining us here. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us as we continue to count down T-minus 1 hour, 22 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. There is footage of the crew, 2 Russian cosmonauts, 1 NASA astronaut, leaving quarantine, heading out to board their spacecraft. This was over the last few hours, as they are now on board their Soyuz, ready to fly to the International Space Station. As always, we're answering your comments and questions. You can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll work on answering those live. And if you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe so you never miss another live launch coverage. More people tuning in. We got David from Alabama. Joe is from Phoenix, Arizona. Chaz is in Birmingham, UK. We got Ginger in Lakewood, Washington. Maria is in Devon, England. It's Neil. It's Team UK. It's great to have you here. We got Gator from a campground in Kentucky. Welcome. Lots of people all over the world tuning in as we count down to the launch of 3 more people to the International Space Station. The ISS getting back into the normal swing of things now that Starliner has departed the station. T-minus 1 hour, 21 minutes, and counting till launch. There on the bottom right corner of your screen now, a live view of the launch pad where the crew is on board. We are expecting that clamshell structure to retract away in the next about 40 minutes or so. As we get a lot closer to that launch, they'll begin clearing out the pad. Keep in mind, this is a Russia launch, so we do see people out at the pad, including media, a lot closer to the T0 than you do in the United States. And taking a live look at Site 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. You can see that Soyuz 2.1A vehicle stacked vertically, ready for today's flight. This crew will be going up to the International Space Station for about a 6-month period. It's the current schedule, coming back home in February or March of next year. Catching up on your guys' comments and questions, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. Space Mike says, when Shenzhou launches, we will have 19 people in orbit. Yeah, it's truly incredible how many people we have. If you squeezed in, I believe we've had it once earlier this year, if you squeezed in a New Shepard flight at the same time, or it was a Virgin Galactic flight, we, for the first time ever, hit that over 20 number of people in low Earth orbit, which was truly incredible. Jorg, why is NASA still using a Russian craft to get up there? Wasn't Elon Musk Dragon tested and stuff? Couldn't they use that vehicle? Sorry if this question is dumb. Not at all, Jorg. Not a dumb question. Thanks for sending that in. If you're thinking it and wondering it, so is somebody else. So it's always great to ask those questions. The reason is because the International Space Station is a partnership. So the ISS is a partnership of many nations around the world, and there are multiple launch vehicles that can get there. Now, when Shuttle retired, yes, we had no other way to launch Americans to the station, and the U.S. was paying somewhere around $95 million per U.S. astronaut to launch on Soyuz. Now we have Crew Dragon, far more affordable at around $55 million a seat, and launches on a U.S. vehicle from U.S. soil to the space station, which is a really big deal. Starliner was supposed to be that, but there's been enough hate on Starliner in the last couple of months. We'll let them go for this stream. But that still means there are partnerships, there are contracts in place, and there are crew rotations. So, there is still the plan to launch U.S. astronauts on Soyuz, and we do launch Russian astronauts on Dragon. So it is all part of that partnership, no different than Dragon or Soyuz launching a European Space Agency astronaut. So it's all part of the partnership and how for the last multiple decades we have lived and worked in low Earth orbit, no matter the conflicts that have happened on Earth, even if active conflicts. This partnership between all of these nations still continues to this day. Space Mike, I love the Soyuz so much. It's a beautiful rocket. It looks like a rocket that's meant to go places, right? It looks like a good rocket, and their pads are really kind of unique. I really love the clamshell structure. I have to agree. They're really unique compared to the U.S. Structures there. If you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of Site 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, where crews are continuing to count down to the launch. They took the live feed off there and went full screen on this video, so we're going to come back to that. We are expecting NASA to begin their live coverage here in about 7 minutes' time. Once they do so, we will patch them in and we'll have that clean view of the pad for the remainder of the countdown. Roscosmos used to do a live clean feed, but seems to have decided to stop doing that, among other things, over the last year and a half due to certain events. Continuing to follow along in the countdown. Now 1 hour, 15 minutes and counting till the launch of Roscosmos' Soyuz to the International Space Station. Carl, it's been a semi-busy on and off again week. On again, off again for weeks. Yeah, it's we have these really interesting schedules where, we might not have anything for a week, and then suddenly we do for like 4 or 5 things in 1 week. So definitely something that's really interesting that happens. Looks like we got that clean pad view back there. You can see there the Baikonur Cosmodrome, the uniqueness of their pads and their flame trench into this big hole. You can see lots of activity still around the launch site as we count down the final hour and 13 minutes. Carl, thank you so much for gifting a membership there. Appreciate that support. Russian, what do you think of the trains that deliver the rockets to the pad? It works. I think if it's not broke, don't fix it. It's a great option. It's worked for over 2,000 Soyuz launches before. Waldy, hey, do you think that the planned end for the ISS will be a problem for the future of international collaboration? That's a really interesting question, Waldy, and I think it's a big one that a lot of people are asking. I think there is a question on how will things perform if we don't have the International Space Station, where we're kind of not forced to work together, but we're choosing to. We will have the Lunar Gateway, which will be kind of another mini ISS that we use for lunar operations. And Russia's going to have their own space station in low Earth orbit. China already has theirs. And the US/rest of the world will have commercial private space stations that they will then use and lease, almost like a shopping mall idea. You can lease a space in a mall. It's going to be the same idea on these commercial stations, that you could lease a space to set up an astronaut for 6 months. So I think it's really going to change what it looks like for missions. You're not going to have this every 6-month rotation, I don't think. I think we'll see some changes there, which I'm excited that we might see more frequent crew swap overs, more people up for short missions and long missions, more scientists getting to go up that aren't, career astronauts. So there'll be a lot of exciting things that come from it. But yeah, a big question is, how will that international relationship go as we go to the moon and on to Mars? It's a good question. Unfortunately, I do not have an answer for you. So we count down now. 1 hour, 11 minutes, 45 seconds, and counting till launch. Herb says, greetings from California. Welcome. We're glad to have you here. Deep Thee says, what if they converted Starship into an orbital space station? it has basically the same internal usable volume as the entire ISS in one starship, roughly, right now. So definitely possible. Obviously, a very different type of structure, as it's, excuse me, all one tube, but definitely possible. It is most definitely a possibility. If you're just joining us, though, take a moment, hit that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us. It really does help us out, and we'd love to have you, your support there. And if you haven't yet, take a moment, also consider hitting that join button. Just 99 cents a month gets you access to those TLP custom launch emotes, and we appreciate your guys' support there. We're waiting for NASA to begin their live coverage here, and we'll patch them in for an update, most likely hosted by Rob Naves. And excited to hear an update on how the countdown is progressing. Nathan, thanks for having me back on here, Zach. I love this channel and appreciate it. It's great to have you here, Nathan. Thanks for tuning in again. Ken says 2 Russians and 1 NASA. Yes, there are 2 Russian cosmonauts and 1 NASA astronaut that are scheduled to fly on today's mission. There's a video of them, actually, it looks like heading out probably to the pad, maybe for a rehearsal. As we get ready for NASA's live coverage, we're going to get ready to patch them in. I'll be right back. Take a moment, send in those comments and questions, and stand by as we count down to launch of Soyuz MS-26.
the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Once the hatches are open between the newly arrived Soyuz and the International Space Station, Petit, Ovchinin, and Wagner will be greeted by Station Commander Oleg Kononenko and his crewmates Roscosmos cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Gurbenkin, along with NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, Jeanette Epps, Sonny Williams, and Butch Wilmore. Kononenko, Chub, and Dyson will depart in the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft on September 23rd, heading for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Dyson will have spent 6 months in space on this, her third flight into space, while Kononenko and Chub will come home after completing a full year on orbit. Petit will remain on board the space station through March of next year, returning home at that time with Ovchinin and Wagner on Soyuz MS-26. Kononenko, who is the chief of the Cosmonaut Corps, has already spent more days in space than any other human and recently passed 1,000 days in space on June 4th on this, his 5th space flight. At the time of landing, Kononenko and Chub will have spent 374 days in space, and for Kononenko, a total of 1,111 days in space. Petit's launch today mirrors that of Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, who is scheduled to launch to the International Space Station as part of the SpaceX Crew 9 Dragon later this month. This is providing a reciprocal crew exchange capability to maintain safe and continuous space station operations. Here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on deck. They completed a handover period just a few hours ago, and the team here in Houston is being led by Flight Director Judd Freeling, who you can see in the middle of your screen, and to his right is Capcom or Capsule Communicator Luca Parmentano. The Capcom is responsible for communicating with the crew aboard the International Space Station and serves as the voice link between teams on the ground and the station crew. Freeling, Parmentano, and the rest of the flight control team are currently monitoring the systems on the International Space Station, which will be the final destination for the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft later today.
Yes, I fixed it. Copy.
The team in Mission Control Houston are also working with the team in Mission Control Moscow. You are now seeing a view from the balcony of the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov, just outside of Moscow. Launch through spacecraft separation is controlled at the blockhouse in Baikonur, but at the time of spacecraft separation, the flight control will be transferred to the team at this Russian Mission Control Center. We are now just over an hour and 3 minutes from the launch of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft. Again, you are seeing a live view of the Soyuz MS-26 on the launch pad in Baikonur.
Very well.
Liftoff today, again, is scheduled for 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 p.m. Eastern Time, and 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur in the Central Asian Desert. The countdown continues to proceed on schedule with no issues being reported from the engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur. Coming up in just over 30 minutes, about 32 minutes from now, we will also have a go, no-go poll for launch. Atop the Soyuz 2.1A booster, strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz, are NASA's Don Pettit, Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. You can see them there in that photo on your screen. Ovchinin is serving as the Soyuz commander and is in the center seat of the descent module, and he will be flanked to his left by Ivan Wagner, who is serving as Board Engineer 1, and then to Ovchinin's right will be Don Pettit, who is serving as Board Engineer 2. Just a short while ago, the crew was in the descent module and they completed the suit leak checks. And this will be Wagner's second flight into space, Pettit's fourth, having already accrued 370 days in space, and also Ovchinin's fourth flight into space, having accrued 375 days of previous space flight experience. For now, the countdown is now at about 1 hour and 1 minute away from launch and ticking back for the launch of the Soyuz MS-26 crew to the International Space Station. Again, that launch is scheduled for 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 p.m. Eastern Time, and 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur. Don Pettit's launch today is his fourth visit to the International Space Station. He first flew as part of the Expedition 6 crew, which launched on STS-113, the Space Shuttle Endeavour, and then returned to Earth on Soyuz TMA-1 in 2003. And now you are seeing a live view inside the Soyuz capsule. Again, inside the capsule, we have NASA's Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. Ovchinin is in the center seat, and then to his left is Ivan Wagner, and to his right is NASA's Don Pettit.
3.
Again, today's launch marks the fourth spaceflight for NASA astronaut Don Pettit. He first flew to the International Space Station as part of the Expedition 6 crew, which launched on STS-113, the Space Shuttle Endeavour, and then he returned to Earth on a Soyuz TMA-1 in 2003. His next venture into space was part of the STS-126 mission of the Space Shuttle Endeavour in 2008, and then he returned for a third visit to the space station aboard Soyuz TMA-03M in 2012 and was part of Expeditions 30 and 31. With everything proceeding in good shape towards launch, and now just under an hour, about 59 minutes away from launch, let's go ahead and take a moment to learn more about NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his road to becoming an astronaut.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. You're looking at a live view from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, where teams are counting down L-58 minutes, 26 seconds, and counting till launch of a Soyuz 21A rocket carrying 2 Russian cosmonauts and 1 NASA astronaut to the International Space Station. The crew is on board, have ingressed their Soyuz vehicle. Final checkouts are ongoing as they get ready to close those final hatches and clear out the pad in preparation for flight. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name is Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the launch pad, and here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. We're glad to have you all joining us here live. You can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat, and we'll work on answering them live as well while we continue to follow along with the count. We'll listen back into NASA Mission Control here shortly once they complete this video that has beautiful copyrighted music on it. But in the meantime, catching up on the comments coming in the chat. Chad says, let's light this candle. Carl says, it's better to be helping each other. Absolutely. We believe that space is better together here at TLP. David says, 19 people in orbit at the same time. Yeah, it's going to be truly amazing. I believe we've passed 20 once, if you included like a New Shepard or a Virgin Galactic flight of the people that were over the Kármán line. But I'd have to check that. But it will bring the space station to a total of 12 people, I believe. Yeah, to 12 people on station, where we haven't seen that many really since the... we see this with the handovers, you know, if we have 2 Dragons and 1 Soyuz type of thing. But bringing us back to the old shuttle days. Catching up on your guys' comments and questions in the chat. You can keep sending those in. Robin, where will the first stage land? It'll land in the steppes of Kazakhstan. There's a countdown in the top right corner of your screen to make sure you guys can follow along with how long until liftoff. We always have our countdowns there in that top corner. Carl, I love the way the last 30 minutes fly by as it gets a lot more exciting. It really does. Last 30 minutes of a Soyuz launch, you have clamshell opening, that final venting, the pad clearing, definitely moves a lot faster of a timeline than, this earlier little bit. Joanne's watching from Sweden. It's 5:17 p.m. We've got Alberto in California, where it's 9:19 a.m. Master Lord is 5:19 p.m. in Berlin. Melted Marsh is watching live from South Texas, close to SpaceX's new headquarters. Great to have you joining us here. Wolfie, why are they sending more people up when there's already more people up there than planned? Couldn't Starliner crew do the same task? Yep, but the Russia crew that's been up there for 6 months has completed their mission, so now they're doing their swap over. So it doesn't have to do with number of people, it has to do with who's trained to do what research, what science, and all of that kind of stuff. So, really with the Starliner crew, they kind of lucked out on having two incredibly trained, experienced astronauts that, they're even considering now spacewalks for Butch and Sunny before they come home. Where, some of the new astronauts, you might not have been having that. So they really lucked out with having two really incredible astronauts that were part of Starliner. But yeah, it's part of the crew rotation. This is normal, and Starliner wouldn't affect this in any way. Arenz actually tapes the towels to the wall. Yeah, we're in our new studio. We've got a bunch of sound paneling to put up that we're actually starting to do today. So apologies on the different audio than you guys are used to. I got a lot of fabric up, but not enough apparently. So bear with me the next couple of days, and it should sound a lot better by the weekend. L-minus 54 minutes and counting till launch. And if you're just joining us, you are looking at a live view or views of the Baikonur Cosmodrome, Flight 31/6. We're 52 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. P-Gamer, welcome. Thank you so much for joining as a Martian explorer there and supporting what we do. If you guys would like to help support the Launchpad Network and our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, you can hit that join button down below like P-Gamer did. Become a member, starts just 99 cents a month, and you can get access to our behind-the-scenes videos, those custom launch emotes, and more.
If you're just joining us, you are again looking at a live view of the Soyuz MS-26 on the launch pad at Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in the Central Asian Desert, where we are just under 52 minutes away from launch. The launch will send NASA astronaut Don Pettit, as well as Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Yvonne Wagner, to the International Space Station. Liftoff today is scheduled for 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur. The countdown continues to proceed on schedule with no issues being reported from the launch engineers in Baikonur. Coming up in just over 20 minutes, we will also have a go, no-go poll for today's launch. And then coming up in the countdown around 10:43 a.m. Central, the Soyuz will go to autonomous power and it will take it off the ground power. And then shortly after that, we will see the gantry arms that are currently surrounding the spacecraft on the launch pad being lowered. There will still be 2 service umbilicals attached to the side of the Soyuz booster, and we will see the retraction of the first umbilical around the T-minus 35 second mark, and then the second umbilical will retract around the T-minus 15 second mark, which will initiate engine sequence start. The crew flew to the Baikonur Cosmodrome from their training base at Star City, Russia on August 26th for final pre-launch training and inspections of their Soyuz spacecraft. With the crew in Baikonur completing their training template, the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft was encapsulated into the upper stage of the Soyuz booster in the integration building last week. After the 3 stages of the Soyuz 2.1A booster were mated together, the Soyuz rocket began its trek to the launch pad shortly after sunrise on Sunday, and then it was hauled to the pad horizontally on a rail car in a process that took about 30 minutes to complete. Once at the pad, the Soyuz was raised hydraulically to its vertical position for final pre-launch preparations, where it stands today. Again, you are seeing a live view of the Soyuz 2.1A booster with the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft atop at the launch pad at Site 31 in the Baikonur Cosmodrome. We are just under 50 minutes, about 49 minutes away from launch of the Soyuz. As we continue to watch the countdown clocks ticking backwards for today's launch of the next crew to the International Space Station, just under 49 minutes from now. Out on the launch pad at Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, the Soyuz booster is poised for launch, fully fueled with kerosene and liquid oxygen as the propellant, and the Soyuz 2.1A is the vehicle for crews that launch to the International Space Station from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this Soyuz booster.
Soyuz rocket is 162 feet tall, weighs about 640,000 pounds, and consists of the Soyuz spacecraft inside a protective shroud at the top and the 3-stage Soyuz 2.1A booster below. The first stage has 4 liquid engines strapped to the side of the core vehicle. Each will burn for 1 minute and 58 seconds before they drop away. The core engine of the first stage also serves as the second stage and continues to burn until 4 minutes and 57 seconds into the flight. The third stage has a single engine that will ignite before the separation of the second stage, helping to push it away safely. It will burn until the 8 minutes and 46 seconds mark of the flight, and at that point the Soyuz spacecraft will separate from the third stage, having arrived at its preliminary orbit.
A live view of Soyuz 2.1A booster standing at the launch pad at Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in the Central Asian desert. We are just over 47 minutes away from launch and ticking backwards. Today's launch is again scheduled for 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur, to send NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner to the International Space Station. Atop the Soyuz 2.1A booster and strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz, the center section of the 3-section Soyuz capsule, are NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. The 3 sections of the Soyuz spacecraft are familiar to those who have watched previous missions to the International Space Station. Here's a look at this Russian vehicle.
The whole Soyuz spacecraft is 24.5 feet long with an overall volume of 301 cubic feet and comprised of 3 modules. The descent module, situated in the middle of the Soyuz vehicle, contains customized seats for the crew members during launch, entry, and landing, and contains all the controls and displays necessary for the flight. It also houses life support systems, batteries for the re-entry and landing, and the parachute and soft landing rocket engines that slow the Soyuz just before touchdown as the spacecraft lands in Kazakhstan. There are 8 hydrogen peroxide thrusters located on the module, which are used to control the spacecraft's orientation, or attitude, during the descent until parachute deployment. The descent module also contains a guidance, navigation, and control system used to maneuver the vehicle during the descent phase of the mission. This descent module is 7.3 feet long with a diameter of 7.1 feet and a habitable volume of 124 cubic feet. It is the only portion of the Soyuz that survives the return to Earth. The orbital module at the top is 9.8 feet long. It connects to the descent module via pressurized hatch. This is where the crew has a small amount of room to move around following launch during the flight to the space station. It has a docking mechanism, hatch, and rendezvous antennas located at the front end. The docking mechanism is used to dock with the space station, and the hatch allows entry into the orbiting complex. The rendezvous antennas are used by the automated docking system, which uses radar, to maneuver toward the station for docking. There is also a forward-looking window in the module that the crew can use to take manual measurements of distance and closing speed with a laser rangefinder in the event of failure of the rendezvous radar system. The propulsion module houses the oxygen storage tanks, the main engine, and the attitude control thrusters, avionics, and communication and control equipment. The propulsion portion of this module handles all orbital maneuvers, including those needed for the rendezvous with the space station and the deorbit burn at the end of the spacecraft's mission. Before they are deployed, the 2 solar arrays are folded against the body of the propulsion module, which, along with the orbital module, separates from the descent module after the deorbit burn. The solar panels span almost 35 feet. The entire spacecraft serves not only as a crew transport vehicle to and from the space station, but also as an emergency return vehicle in the unlikely event the crew needs to leave the station unexpectedly.
Retract service towers to horizontal
Again, you are
position.
seeing a live view of the Soyuz booster with its Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft atop at the launch pad at Site 31 in Kazakhstan. We are now about 44 minutes away from today's launch. Again, today's launch is scheduled for 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 p.m. Eastern Time, and 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur. The final moments of the launch countdown will include several important milestones. At about T-7 minutes, the pre-launch operations will be complete, and at this point in the countdown, the Soyuz booster will be ready for launch. About a minute later, at T-6 minutes, the physical launch key will be inserted into the launch bunker to transition the launch sequence into automatic mode. About 30 seconds later, at T-5.5 minutes, launch control will report that the range in Baikonur is clear and that the Soyuz rocket is ready to begin its journey. About 30 seconds after that, at T-5 minutes, the onboard systems of the Soyuz will be switched to onboard control, and the commander's cockpit displays and controls will be activated, and the crew will close their helmets. And you're now seeing retraction of the gantry arms. So those gantry arms surrounding the spacecraft are currently being lowered, and the 2 service umbilicals will remain attached to the side of the Soyuz booster until we get to the final seconds of the launch countdown. The first umbilical will retract around the T-35 second mark, followed by the second umbilical shortly thereafter, retracting around the T-15 second mark. So again, as we start to proceed into the final moments of the launch countdown, currently under 42 minutes away from launch, we'll continue walking you through what some of those final milestones will be. So around the T-4 minute mark, the fuel lines and other elements of the rocket engine will be purged with nitrogen, which will fireproof them. And about a minute and 15 seconds later, at T-2 minutes 45 seconds, the booster's fuel tanks will be pressurized for flight. and then at T-minus 1.5 minutes, the ground propellant feed will be terminated to the Soyuz booster. Followed shortly thereafter, the Soyuz will be switched to internal power, and then we'll be in the final minute of the launch countdown. Again, we will see the first umbilical tower separate from the booster at T-minus 35 seconds, and that is when we will also have auto sequence start. Shortly after that, the ground umbilical to the third stage will be disconnected, and then we will see the second umbilical tower separate, which will initiate engine sequence start, and then the launch command will be issued, and we will be in the final seconds of the launch countdown before seeing that liftoff today at 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur. At the time of the Soyuz launch today, the International Space Station will be flying 260 miles over southwest Kazakhstan, and the International Space Station will be 284 miles behind Soyuz and will pass directly over the launch site 20 seconds after launch, leapfrogging past the Soyuz.
Copy. Is armed. Copy.
And now on your screen, you can see that the gantry arms that were surrounding the Soyuz have been completely lowered as we continue to proceed in the launch countdown. We're now just under 40 minutes away from today's launch. In just under 10 minutes, we will see the go, no-go poll for launch taking place. After today's liftoff, we will go through several different milestones, and then about 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch, the third stage engine of the Soyuz booster will shut down and the Soyuz will separate from its launch vehicle in its preliminary orbit, deploying its solar arrays and navigational antennas. At that point, the 3 Soyuz crew members will trail the space station by 1,176 miles, and the chase will begin, resulting in docking to the Roscosmos module on the Earth-facing side of the station's Russian segment at 2:33 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time later today. At the predicted time of docking, Soyuz and the International Space Station will be flying 260 miles over southeast Russia, northeast of the town of Belgorod.
RPM on input 2, and also until the command.
At the launch site on the steppe of Kazakhstan, NASA officials are on hand to watch the beginning of the journey for NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos cosmonaut crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. Leading the NASA delegation on hand for today's launch is NASA's Associate Administrator for Space Operations, Ken Bowersox, Johnson Space Center Deputy Director Steve Kerner, Johnson Space Center Director of Flight Operations Norm Knight, International Space Station Deputy Program Manager Dina Quintella, and NASA's Chief Astronaut Joe Acaba. Additionally, with them, they have NASA's Public Affairs Officer Courtney Beasley, who filed this audio report a short time ago.
Thanks, Anna, and hello from the launch viewing site at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. I am coming to you from about 2 miles from Launch Pad 31, where we see the spacecraft and rocket poised for launch this evening. It's a comfortable night here at the viewing site weather-wise, with temperatures around 68 degrees and slight winds. It's been a busy several days for our team here, starting with our arrival into Kazakhstan Saturday afternoon. We had a chilly and rainy rollout of the Soyuz MS-26 early Sunday morning, starting at 7:30 a.m. There was some slight rain off and on, with temperatures around 45 degrees Fahrenheit. The rocket was lifted upright and positioned for launch, where it stands now, ready to send Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner to the International Space Station. As most people know, Pettit is very passionate about photography. At the press conference here in Baikonur yesterday, Pettit stated that his photography specialty is taking pictures of Earth and the stars at nighttime. He said that on this mission, they have 3 new lenses optimized for nighttime photography, so that's something he's really looking forward to trying out once he's on board. When he was asked what else he's most looking forward to spending his free time doing aboard the station, he said he's most looking forward to doing only the things he can do in space that he can't replicate down here on Earth. We also got a little insight into the zero-G indicator for this mission from Ovchinin. He explained that the crew is flying a stuffed animal corgi dog to the station with them. Ovchinin said his family has a corgi, and he talked with the crew, and they decided to have the stuffed animal accompany them on their mission. He mentioned the corgi will remain on board with them throughout the mission, and it will remind him of his family. For now, though, Anna, we are standing by at the viewing site, ready for launch. Don has a group of family, friends, and our NASA colleagues here at the viewing site ready to cheer the crew on for launch today. We'll send it back to you and the teams in Houston as you count down to the final moments before liftoff.
Launch pad is 30-minute launch.
And thank you, Courtney. We are now approaching about 35 minutes away from launch of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft. Again, liftoff today is scheduled for 11:25 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 a.m. Eastern Time, 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur to send NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates, Soyuz commander Alexei Ovchinin and flight engineer Yvonne Wagner on a 2-orbit journey to the International Space Station, where they will then join the Expedition 71 crew. Following liftoff in just about 35 minutes from now, the spacecraft will see several milestones. At about 1 minute and 54 seconds after launch, the escape tower will be jettisoned. A few seconds after that, the 4 strap-on boosters will be jettisoned. After they complete their job, they will drop away at an altitude of 28 statute miles. About 30 seconds after that, at launch plus 2 minutes and 37 seconds, the launch shroud will be jettisoned as the Soyuz rocket is flying at an altitude of 48 miles. And then about 4 minutes and 45 seconds after launch, the third stage will ignite. The third stage ignites while the second stage is still burning, which is why the Soyuz has an open area in between the second and third stages. A few seconds after that, the core booster will separate and the Soyuz will then be propelled by the single engine of the Soyuz third stage. And then at about 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch, we will have third stage cutoff and separation. The spacecraft will then begin automatically executing pre-programmed commands to deploy the antennas and solar arrays. After the Soyuz makes it onto orbit, control of the spacecraft from here on out will then be overseen by the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow and Koryov. Soyuz will then begin its short 2-orbit chase to reach the International Space Station today, and we will see rendezvous and docking scheduled for 2:33 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern later today.
16.3. Selection of any formats is enabled. Copy. This is 16.3. After leak checks of the suits, the pressure remains at 816, just as it been at that moment. Copy.
And we are now about 32.5 minutes away from today's launch of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft atop its Soyuz 2.1A booster in the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. And we will see a launch go-no-go poll in just about 2 minutes from now. Today's launch and docking of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft will set the International Space Station up for a busy sequence of upcoming crew rotations. In just a couple of weeks, we will see the departure of the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft that is scheduled for September 23rd, and this will bring NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson and her Roscosmos crewmates Nikolai Chub and Alexander Gurbenkin back to Earth with a landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. The departure of the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft will also mark the start of Expedition 72. Shortly after that landing, we will also have the launch of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission, carrying NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov to the International Space Station. Crew 9 will then have a brief handover period with Crew 8 before Crew 8 returns back to Earth, carrying NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, and Jeanette Epps, along with Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gurbankin. And we are now just over 31 minutes away from today's launch. Everything continuing to proceed as planned, and no issues currently being reported at the blockhouse in Baikonur. NASA astronaut Don Pettit, who is launching aboard the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft in just a short while from now, has been a part of NASA's astronaut corps since he was selected in 1996. And prior to becoming an astronaut, he worked as a staff scientist at the Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico. He is a veteran of 3 space flights and previously served as the science officer for Expedition 6 in 2003 and operated the robotic arm for STS-126 in 2008 and served as a flight engineer for Expeditions 30 and 31 in 2012, where he lived aboard the International Space Station for more than a year. And there on your screen, you can see photos of today's crew launching aboard the Soyuz MS-26. Now you are seeing a live view into the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, where NASA astronaut Don Pettit is strapped in awaiting launch along with his Roscosmos crewmates, Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner.
Copy all.
We are now just under 30 minutes away from today's launch of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft. That launch is scheduled for 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur. This view that you're seeing of the Soyuz crew, they are currently atop the Soyuz 2.1A booster and are strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz. Again, in the Soyuz and launching today are NASA's Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. Ovchinin is the Soyuz commander, and he is in the center seat of the descent module, and flanked to his left is Ivan Wagner, who is serving as board engineer 1, and to Ovchinin's right is Don Pettit, who is serving as board engineer 2. We are just over 28 minutes away from launch of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft. Everything continuing to proceed as planned, and you are seeing a live view of the Soyuz 2.1A booster with the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft aboard at the launch site in Baikonur.
My team was evacuated to a safe area, asking for permission to go offline. Copy. You may go offline.
Launch day for the 3 crew members began several hours ago as they were awakened at their Cosmonaut Hotel crew quarters to begin their final pre-launch activities.
The Earth is visible, the way a son would miss his mother, the way...
We are going to go ahead and take a look at what they've been up to this morning in preparation for today's launch.
And the stars, even so, are getting closer, but remain as cold.
You can see the crew members as they were exiting their Cosmonaut Hotel crew quarters to begin their final pre-launch activities.
Thanks a lot to everyone. Look at us, please look at us. Everything's gonna be okay. Please come back soon.
The crew then boarded a bus to depart the Cosmonaut Hotel and took an about 40-minute ride to the integration and suit-up facility at Building 254 inside the Baikonur Cosmodrome. And before they departed the Cosmonaut Hotel, the first order of business was to sign their names on the doors in the rooms where they spent the past 2 weeks. And they departed on that bus to some traditional farewell music and were on their journey to the launch pad. After arriving at the integration building, each crew member underwent final medical exams and suited up in their so-called launch and entry suits. One by one, each of the crew members moved to a mock-up of a Soyuz spacecraft seat to allow technicians to conduct pressure checks, ensuring that their suits were free of any leaks. And there you can see as NASA astronaut Don Pettit moved into the mock-up of the Soyuz spacecraft seat to allow technicians to conduct pressure checks. Again, this video was captured earlier today as they underwent their pre-launch preparations. And during this process, family members and invited guests looked on across a protective pane of glass to maintain quarantine. And this suit-up procedure was completed a little over 5 hours prior to today's launch.
Let me sit down and then you'll sit down nearby. You can put him on your knees.
And there you can see as the crew completed their suit pressure checks, they went to exchange some final remarks with senior NASA and Roscosmos managers.
Dear friends, there are a lot of people here, so if you already talked to the crew, please leave the room.
Hello, does it work now? I am ready to go.
Hello, Daddy. Hello. Hello. So when you're asking them, can I sleep, will they let you? Are we going to play soccer? Sure. Not only soccer. What else can we play? Hide and seek? And we'll hide in carton boxes. That's a new type of hide and seek.
I really appreciate the email too on all those. Okay, good email. Okay.
We are okay. We wish you a great launch.
Bring devices together. No, this is like a...
So tomorrow you will arrive, right? Hopefully. Yeah. Tell him that you walked in the park and took photos. Yes, we did take photos. I love you. And everybody's crying. Will you miss me? You will? I'll be out there. I will come back. And after this, you will go to a museum. What did you show me? Have a great flight, productive work on the station, great spirits during the whole mission, and as a peacemaker, it's very important for me that the best crew is flying to the station right now, so our planet will be protected for the benefits of love and happiness. Have a great flight, and God bless.
After some final farewells with their family, the crew then exchanged some final remarks with senior NASA and Roscosmos officials.
In good mood, healthy, everything's going to be fine. You know what to do. This is not the first time for you, but you will still need some luck, and we'll be crossing fingers for you. Thank you very much. I think this is one of the most experienced crew. Alexei is having his third flight, Ivan's second flight, and Donald is the fourth flight, and it's important to know that two of them were on Soyuz. So you have spent part of your day, and now you will get into the vehicle, and please distribute your responsibilities and take care of each other, of your crewmates, and make sure you get your flight completed.
The best of luck, and I want you to know that our hearts are with you. We'll be watching.
Socks. You're sitting on the wrong side of the glass.
I wish I was there.
And from the ISS program at NASA, I'll just say we're going to have a lot of great work for you. Wish you the best expedition. Good luck.
Thank you.
While you talked to your relatives, you heard important words from us. Good luck to you. Have a productive mission and get back to Earth. Thank you very much.
And there we saw NASA's Ken Bowersox and Dina Cantilla exchange some final words with Don Pettit.
Please.
The crew members then left the Site 254 integration building.
Godspeed. Dear Chairman of the State Commission, the crew of Soyuz MS-26 is ready for flight.
As they left the Site-254 integration building, Ovchinin, the Soyuz commander, reported that he and his crewmates were ready to proceed to the launch pad.
Good luck to you guys. Russia.
The trio then boarded their bus at about 7:42 a.m. Central Time, 5:42 p.m. in Baikonur for the ride to the launch site 31, and that trip took almost 1 hour to complete at the desolate launch site.
They are so great. I don't see, Mom.
After arriving at the launch pad, the crew departed their bus and then climbed a few stairs and waved goodbye to well-wishers before entering the elevator for the ride to the top of the Soyuz rocket to board their spacecraft, the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, which they have now been aboard for about the past 2 hours. You can see NASA astronaut Don Pettit there at the bottom of the stairs.
Losha? Good luck.
After waving goodbye to some well-wishers, they then entered the elevator for their ride to the top of the Soyuz rocket, where they then boarded their spacecraft, the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, which they have now been aboard for about 2 hours. And there you now see a live view of the Soyuz 2.1A booster with the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft atop. And we are about 13 minutes away from today's launch. Today's launch will send NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner into a short 2-orbit journey to reach the International Space Station. Docking today is scheduled for 2:33 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Atop the Soyuz 2.1A booster and strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz are NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. As mentioned earlier, Ovchinin, as Soyuz commander, is in the center seat of the Soyuz MS-26 with Pettit to his right and Wagner to his left. We are now just under 12 minutes away from launch, about 11 minutes and 40 seconds. In the final moments of the launch countdown, we will see several milestones beginning at about T-minus 7 minutes when pre-launch operations will be complete. And at this point in the countdown, the Soyuz booster will be ready for launch. About a minute later, at T-minus 6 minutes, the physical launch key will be inserted into the launch bunker to transition the launch sequence into automatic mode. Followed about 30 seconds later, the launch control will report that the range in Baikonur is clear and that the Soyuz is ready to begin its journey. About 30 seconds after that, at T-minus 5 minutes, the onboard systems will be switched to onboard control, and the commander's cockpit displays and controls will be activated, and the crew will go ahead and close their helmets. At T-minus 4 minutes, the fuel lines and other elements of the rocket engines will be purged with nitrogen to fireproof them. And then about a minute later, the booster's fuel tanks will be pressurized for flight. And then once we are at T-minus 1.5 minutes, the ground propellant feed will be terminated to the Soyuz booster. 30 seconds after that, the Soyuz will be switched to internal power, and we will be in the final minute of the launch countdown. At T-minus 35 seconds, the first umbilical tower will be separated from the booster, and we will then have auto sequence start.
Copy 5-minute launch readiness. Copy 5-minute launch readiness.
Ready, Burlock 1, monitored it. We checked
Copy all.
Is ready. Copy.
A few seconds after that auto sequence start, the ground umbilical to the third stage will be disconnected.
5-minute readiness. Close your pressurized helmets.
And about 15 seconds after that, the second umbilical tower will separate, which will initiate engine sequence start. And then at T-minus 12 seconds, the launch command will be issued, and we will be in the final seconds of the launch countdown before seeing liftoff at 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 p.m. Eastern Time.
We see you on video camera 2, Burlock 1, Burlock 3. 16-3, this is Burlock 1. I have my pressurized helmet closed, copy, and PSS is ready, yes.
We are now just under 8.5 minutes away from today's launch of the Soyuz 2.1A booster with the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft atop, carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner to the International Space Station. And there on your screen, you are seeing an inside view of the Soyuz MS-26 crew. Again, that is NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. We are about 7 minutes and 45 seconds away from today's launch. In just about 30 seconds from now, at T-minus 7 minutes, the pre-launch operations will officially be complete, and at this point in the countdown, the Soyuz booster will be ready for launch.
16-3, 1 minute readiness. Everything is proceeding for the schedule. Control is on board, and we will be broadcasting the launch.
And telemetry will be received from the rocket.
Yeah, copy you. Everything is in order on board. We're ready for launch. we see Burlock 1 and Burlock 2 on video camera 1.
And you are hearing some conversations between the crew currently strapped inside that Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, reporting that they are ready for launch. And we are at just under 6.5 minutes away from today's launch. Again, we had that readiness confirmed about 30 seconds ago at T-minus 7 minutes, and those pre-launch operations are now complete. The Soyuz booster is now ready for launch, and telemetry has been received from the rocket, indicating that all primary and backup systems are set to support today's liftoff. Launch today is precisely timed for the moment where the Earth's rotation will place the Baikonur Cosmodrome in the plane or corridor of the orbit of the space station, which is inclined at 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. And we just heard confirmation that the launch key has been inserted at the launch bunker. It is a real key, a physical key, that transitions the launch sequence into automatic mode. In just a few seconds, launch control should report that the range at Baikonur is clear and that the Soyuz rocket will be ready to begin its journey. We are just under 5.5 minutes away from today's launch. We are about 5 minutes and 5 seconds away from today's launch. In just a few seconds, the onboard systems will be switched to onboard control, and the commander's cockpit displays and controls will be activated. And then the crew members will begin to close their helmets, which puts them on suit oxygen. And we just heard confirmation that the fuel lines and other elements of the rocket engines are being purged with nitrogen to fireproof them by removing vapors of fuel and oxidizer. And you are now seeing a live look of the Soyuz 2.1A booster with the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft atop at the launch pad in Baikonur.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. You're looking at two live views from Site 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, where 2 Russian cosmonauts and 1 NASA astronaut are set to launch in just 4 minutes to the International Space Station. Everything continuing to look nominal for today's flight. We're going to listen back into NASA and Roscosmos mission control for the final minutes of the count. But if you haven't yet, take a moment, hit the like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us, and let's see that go, no-go in the chat. If you're not a member yet, hit that join button, 99 cents a month. Gets you access to those custom TLP launch emotes. But let's listen back into NASA and Russia's mission control as we count down L-3 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting till launch.
We are now just over 3 minutes and 15 seconds away from today's launch. In less than 30 seconds, we will see that milestone where the booster's fuel tanks will be pressurized for flight, completely pressurized, and this helps to optimize the flow of fuel and again add some of that structural support to the rocket. After that, at about T-minus...
You have oxidizer and fuel drain and safety valves of launch vehicle closed. Burlock 1, copy. Oh, everything is fine on board. The crew members are feeling well. Copy.
And you just heard some words there between the crew in Soyuz, confirming that all 3 crew members are feeling well and prepared for today's launch. And we are just over 2.5 minutes from today's launch of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner.
Booster propellant tank pressurization initiated.
And we just heard confirmation that the booster's fuel tanks are being pressurized for flight. We are about 2 minutes and 5 seconds away from today's launch. In just about 30 seconds from now, the ground propellant feed will be terminated. And then shortly after that, the Soyuz will be switched to internal power. We are just under a minute and 45 seconds away from today's launch. Just under a minute and a half to go until the launch of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft. We are at less than a minute and 10 seconds away from today's launch. The Soyuz will be switched to internal power shortly, and then about 30 seconds after that, the first umbilical tower will separate and we will have auto sequence start, and then the ground umbilical to the third stage will be disconnected, followed by the second umbilical tower separating with the launch command being issued. We are at 45 seconds away from today's launch and counting.
We have vehicle to internal power.
The first umbilical tower is now separating, and the Soyuz is on internal power. We have 20 seconds until launch and counting.
We have auto initiated. Onboard power. We have oxygen.
We now have engine sequence start. The second umbilical tower is now separating. The engines are at maximum thrust, booster ignition now at full throttle, and we have liftoff of Petit, Ovchinin, and Wagner, now on their way to the International Space Station as part of a 2-orbit journey. We are seeing good vehicle parameters so far. Vehicle performance is continuing to look good.
Everything is stable. For Lock 1, everything is stable on board. Remember, you're doing well. Copy.
We are now just over a minute into today's launch.
Yaw, pitch, and roll are nominal.
We are seeing good yaw, pitch, and roll, heading downrange. We are just about a minute and 20 seconds into today's flight. The velocity is over 1,100 miles per hour. Everything continuing to proceed as planned. Just a few seconds, the escape tower will be jettisoned.
Thrusters are operating nominally.
We are about a minute and 55 seconds into today's launch. In just a few seconds, and we now see first stage separation. The crew members reported they are feeling well, and we are having good pitch, roll, and yaw of the vehicle. All parameters on the vehicle are normal. We are now about 2 minutes and 37 seconds into today's flight. The launch shroud will be jettisoned shortly. You are now seeing a live view from the Soyuz rocket. The vehicle is stable. The Soyuz is currently traveling at a speed of about 4,700 miles an hour.
Parameters of the rocket booster, structural parameters are nominal. Copy you. Everything's fine on board. Crew members are doing well. Copy.
We are about 3 minutes and 20 seconds into today's flight, about 5 minutes left until we reach orbital insertion. We heard confirmation that the second stage thruster continues to perform well.
Recording, everything is fine on board, and crew members are doing well. Copy.
The vehicle control system performance continues to be good. We are about 3 minutes and 50 seconds into today's flight. In about a minute, we will see the third stage begin to ignite while the second stage begins to shut down. We have about 30 seconds left of second stage performance.
250 are nominal. Total affluent, everything is fine on board. Crew members are doing well. Copy.
We are 4 minutes and 45 seconds into today's flight. We have about 4 minutes of powered flight remaining.
Stage 3 thrusters on. 290 seconds.
And we just saw a second stage separation, and the third stage has ignited.
That's Burlock 1. Everything's okay on board. We feel great.
Soyuz is now being propelled by the single engine of the Soyuz third stage. This engine is providing 67,000 pounds of thrust and will burn for about 4 minutes.
Everything's fine on board. Reporting Burlock 1. Copy.
We continue to see good structural parameters on the Soyuz vehicle, and the thrust on the third stage is performing well. We are about 5 minutes and 45 seconds into today's flight. We have about 3 minutes of powered flight remaining.
350 seconds, flight nominal. Burlock 1, copy you. All okay on board. The crew feels great. Standing by for 1932.
We continue to see good roll, pitch, and yaw program on the Soyuz spacecraft. And the vehicle structural parameters are still performing well and look good. We are about 6 minutes and 25 seconds into today's flight.
Stage 3 thrusters are nominal. Burlock 1, all okay on board. Copy.
We have about 2 minutes of powered flight left.
$410 seconds, flight nominal. Burlock 1, copy. All okay on board. Copy.
And we are 7 minutes and 10 seconds into today's flight. Everything continuing to proceed as planned. Everything looking good for the ride to orbit for NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner.
440 seconds. Vehicle is stable.
We are now 7 minutes and 30 seconds into today's flight. The vehicle remains stable. The velocity of the vehicle is now almost 13,500 miles an hour.
460 seconds. Launch vehicle parameters are nominal. Copy. Burlock 1, all okay on board. Copy.
We have less than a minute of powered flight remaining, and once the third stage delivers the Soyuz to orbit and the module is separated, a series of pre-programmed commands will be executed to prepare the Soyuz for orbital operations. These stored commands, called time-tagged commands, allow many of the Soyuz's systems to be automatically activated by onboard computers at precise time stored in those communicators.
90 seconds, vehicle stabilization is nominal.
We are now 8.5 minutes into today's flight and about 15 seconds away from third stage cutoff and separation. Roll, pitch, and yaw parameters continuing to be normal.
590 seconds, waiting for the separation.
And we now have confirmation of third stage separation. The single liquid-fueled engine has shut down and has dropped away at an altitude of about 126 miles. We are now standing by for solar array deployment.
Burlak, 77 Moscow.
And we have confirmation that the solar arrays and antennas have been deployed. And control of the spacecraft from here on out will be overseen by the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov,
No issues. Working page 35.
outside of Moscow.
Okay, correct. 35, closer PV 1 and 2.
And there we have it, Soyuz MS-26 on its way to the International Space Station. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the launch pad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together, and this is just the beginning of our full live launch, docking, and hatch opening coverage of the launch of Soyuz MS-26. Soyuz successfully lifted off from Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan at 12:23 p.m., and we will be staying live as we count down to the docking, currently scheduled for 3:33 p.m. Eastern Time today, with hatch opening scheduled just over 2 hours later at 5:50 p.m. And we're going to be following along with all of the developments as Soyuz heads to the International Space Station. We're also going to be answering your guys' comments and questions that you send in the chat. But if you haven't yet, make sure you take a moment and engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage, docking, undocking, or return to Earth coverage, all right here on the launch pad as we bring you the best possible coverage of everything space from around the world, because we do believe that space is better together. We're going to continue our coverage over the next number of hours, bringing you commentary updates as we get them as Soyuz approaches the ISS. We do plan to have those live views coming in from the International Space Station of the final rendezvous of Soyuz beginning an hour ahead of docking, 2:30 p.m. Eastern, so just 2 hours from now. But docking less than 3 hours away, with hatch opening just over 5 as the mission clock continues to tick on as Soyuz MS-26 flies to the International Space Station. If you haven't yet, though, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. I know we got people tuning in all over the world. And while you have the time, head on over to our Discord. That's where our community hangs out in between streams, and we would love to see you there. It's free to join for everyone, and we'll love to see you in there, maybe for a mid-show hangout in our live comms. We got people tuning in from absolutely all over the world. We got Mark Webster, a fellow Edmontonian. I'm not sure I can say that anymore. I live in Florida, but great to see another Edmontonian. Dee says Ozzy. We got Chaz in Birmingham, UK. Great to see you. I see Wisconsin. I see Florida, Maryland, North Carolina. Lots of people. Denmark for Henrik, Alabama. A really great launch. If you want to catch a replay of that launch, we'll be having it up on the channel in the next few minutes, and then we'll be following along as Soyuz MS-26 heads to the International Space Station. Keep sending in those comments and questions. Follow along the Soyuz MS-26 mission, as well as the Polaris Dawn mission. First time for us here at the Launchpad Network, running 2 mission trackers. We currently have 7 people flying in free space, while we also have 9 people on board the International Space Station, plus 3 people on board the Chinese space station. Really, really cool new era of space exploration in low Earth orbit, and we're glad to have you all here with us. We wouldn't get to do this without your guys' support of watching and sharing and being members, so we appreciate it. We're We're going to take a quick commentary break, get that recap of the flight up on the channel for you guys. I'll be back with commentary updates as we progress towards ISS docking, so stay with us right here on the Launchpad Network, because space is better together. Let's listen in to ISS station-to-ground communications.
9:23 and 12 seconds p.m. in Baikonur. The vehicle saw good roll, pitch, and yaw parameters as it began heading downrange. We saw good performance from all three stages.
Current LOS 1943.
And at about 8 minutes and 45 seconds into today's flight, we saw that third stage cutoff and separation. And then the Soyuz capsule at that point and the crew inside were safely in orbit, and the spacecraft began automatically executing its pre-programmed commands to deploy the solar arrays and antennas. And we have received confirmation that that deployment was successful, and then control of the spacecraft is now being overseen by the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov outside of Moscow, and you're seeing a live view of that mission control from the balcony.
Course 1 string test is complete, no issues.
Вас понял. Бурлаки, мы также ждем от вас
We're also waiting for 5-minute AKG measurement.
Liftoff of a Soyuz 2.1A booster carrying the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft with NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner occurred aboard on time at 11:23 and 12 seconds a.m. Central Time, 12:23 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, and 9:23 and 12 seconds p.m. in Baikonur from Launch Pad 6, Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. All three stages operated as expected during an 8-minute and 45-second ride to place Soyuz in its preliminary orbit where it is now. The Soyuz spacecraft will now begin a short 2-orbit chase to arrive at its final destination, the International Space Station. Docking today is scheduled for 2:33 p.m. Central Time, 3:33 p.m. Eastern Time, with live NASA coverage beginning at 1:30 p.m. Central Time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will follow that up with live coverage of hatch opening and welcoming remarks beginning at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston.
And if you're just joining us there, NASA running through their schedule, but we'll be staying live right here on the Launchpad Network. We now have regular station-to-ground communications, it seems, restored now that the launch is complete, and we'll be listening into those as the International Space Station prepares for the arrival of 2 new Russian cosmonauts and 1 new NASA astronaut on board. And once they dock and the previous Soyuz crew leaves, that marks the beginning of the next International Space Station expedition. So a bigger handover here as we continue this incredible experiment of the International Space Station and global space exploration cooperation. 17 minutes ago, Soyuz launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. We're just under 3 hours from docking. Stay with us right here on the Launchpad Network.
After LOS, turn off the co-message and send G for command. Next AOS 12:54. You have activated co-message manually. 2054 next AOS. Guys, do you hear me? This is Soloviev. Hello, Vladimir Alexeyevich. Alright, congratulations on successful liftoff. Telemetry shows everything is okay. Now, your top priority is your first burn. Be attentive. Yes, we copy. Everything is nominal here as well. All okay on board. We'll just keep working. Yes, guys. Good luck. Talk to you later. Thank you. All the best. Бурлак, Moscow.
Значит, параметры орбиты выведения
the target orbit parameters are nominal. You can loosen the suit bladder and the shoulder straps. Yes, we understand. Okay, we can loosen the ladder and lift up the visors and turn the thermal sensors on.
Ну, бурлаки,
Okay,
вы тогда дальше контролируете прохождение ВИП.
Keep monitor VIPs, then the first burn and be attentive, the beginning of the motion, the manual control row and route. Please do that, and then after the lateral reboost, we'll be switching the sections of KDU tanks. Make a note. Tank sections switching will happen at 12:58. This is on page 48. And also, reminder, next compass 2054. Be ready to talk to us. Burlak 1. 2054. Copy. Okay, until after the lateral reboost, we'll be switching KDU tanks. Okay, copy. Thank you, guys. The timeline is in your onboard books. The burn and the beginning of the motion. Okay. Copy all. All right, good. Till next compass.
Надо капсулы электронно завершен, давление 1,1 по формату.
Это надо завершен, давление 1,1. Спасибо.
Да, и сейчас 15.04 ЕДВ КОФ ВСМ установлю.
Принято, устанавливаешь 15.04. Принято.
Да, да.
Houston, Matt on 2 for Sphere Cam.
Matt, Huntsville's with you on 2 for Sphere Cam.
Okay, copy. Calling about line item 25 for Sphere Cam on the stow track for the gather says flash card. So what kind of flash card are we talking about? Is that for a camera?
Affirm, Matt, that's for a camera.
We have to, I mean, is that for XS 705 camera or the still, the Z9?
Matt, that's a still camera.
Okay, copy. And then that'll be a retained card, it sounds like.
Affirm.
Houston Station on 2 for Alex.
Alex, Munich Monsieur on 2, let's move over to Space Ground 3.
Okay, Space Ground 3.
Until Matt on 2 for Sphere Cam.
Go ahead, Matt.
The big picture words, and then also in the procedure, it talks about dimming the lights. There's lots of ways to dim lights. I mean, do you want them off, and then we just use the LED lighting, or just a couple? Yeah, there just needs some more specificity with regards to dimming lights. I see it in the procedure in 5.17.
Copy, let me get specific words for you.
Copy, yeah, I know I'm early. I'm pre-reading things. I'm going to try and be efficient so that I can pay attention to rendezvous and docking.
Yeah, completely understand. Station on Phil Space Ground 2 for Matt and Sphere Cam Lights answer.
Phil, Matt on 2, go ahead.
Yeah, for that direction 5.17, you can dim the node 2 lights as you would when you're going to sleep.
Okay, so that we turn them off, like we turn all the lights off.
Copy, that works.
Okay.
Houston Station to Alex.
Iron 2.
EDW number 1485 is fully, and you can change EDW. The next EDW number 1497.
Alex, those are good numbers. You're good to proceed.
Okay, I change it. Houston Station on to Alex.
Go Iron 2.
Ready for transfer liquid.
Okay. The time is going to be 41 minutes again. 4-1.
Okay, 4-1 minutes. Thank you. Бурлаки Цупа Москвы.
Bullocks, MCC Moscow.
Бурлаки Цупа Москвы.
Bullocks, MCC Moscow.
Бурлаки Цупа Москвы, как слышно?
Bullocks, MCC Moscow, how copy?
Бурлаки Цупа Москвы.
Bullocks, Mission Control Moscow.
Видите, мы вас не слышим.
We cannot copy you yet.
Бурлаки Цупа Москвы.
Bullocks, MCC Moscow.
Бурлаки Цупа Москвы.
Bullocks, Moscow.
Бурлаки Цупа Москвы.
Bullocks, MCC Moscow.
Бурлаки Цупа Москвы, как слышно?
Bullocks, MCC Moscow, how copy?
Москвы. Я
Moscow, Burlak 1, how copy? Okay, this is the first time we heard you during this compass.
Начали выходить в 2054.
We started calling you at 2054. We could copy you, but apparently you couldn't copy us.
Так, Алексей, доклад о герметичности корабля.
Okay.
О выполнении маневра.
Before the burn. Report.
39
minutes. There was the measurement. SK 1 millimeter. 0 instrumentation 7 millimeters. Which nominal rod movement time duration 3 minutes 22 seconds. First burn completed. 4.58 meters. Duration of firing 11.8 seconds. Also executed first rendezvous burn. Actual 54.46 meters per second. Actual number. Firing duration 2 minutes. 12 and 5 seconds. Also, lateral reboost was lateral correction was corrected, and also the switching of the KDU section is complete successfully.
Okay, I'm ready for next step. And decimal 3. About unpowered cable.
Station Houston for Alexander. Can you swap over to Space to Ground 3? It's right now we're having some radicoms on Space to Ground 2.
Houston Station, com check, Space to Ground 2.
Station Houston on 2, loud and clear.
Hey, Luca, we were hearing some bleed over comm that almost sounded like VHF. Do we need to do anything with our comm config at this point with the upcoming docking?
Hey Butch, the bleed over that you're hearing is from the UHF, which is currently linked to Space to Ground 2. You don't need to do anything for the comm config at this moment.
Hey, copy, Luca. It's Mike, actually, although I know my accent sounds a lot like Butch.
No, that's just my brain. It's still on.
Moscow, Buрлак 1, range 58 kilometers, range rate is 58 and 3 meters per second, approaching.
Good afternoon from Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where we are bringing you live coverage of the rendezvous and docking of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates, Soyuz commander Alexei Ovchinin, and flight engineer Ivan Wagner. The Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft was launched atop a Soyuz 2.1A booster rocket from Launch Pad 6, Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome earlier today at 11:23 a.m. Central Time. And following a 2-orbit transit, Soyuz is now closing in on the International Space Station, where it will be docking to the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment. Docking today is scheduled for 2:33 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At the time of docking, the International Space Station and Soyuz will be flying 260 miles over southeast Russia, northeast of the town of Belgorod. Everything continues to proceed as expected, and the spacecraft is now less than 80 kilometers away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in on its final destination. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on deck, monitoring the Expedition 71 crew and station systems on the International Space Station in preparation to support the arrival of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft. There on your screen, you are seeing a live look inside the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov, just outside of Moscow. Following third stage separation and orbital insertion, the command of the spacecraft was handed over from the team in Baikonur to the Russian Mission Control team, and they have been monitoring the vehicle since then as it continues to approach the International Space Station. Since the time of launch and the orbital insertion earlier today, the spacecraft has undergone a few burns. There is a series of impulse burns from the engine on the Soyuz vehicle. So far it has completed 3 of those impulse burns and has about 3 to go. These impulse burns are very short bursts to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path to the International Space Station.
Rate 54.5 approach rate. Copy. We copy all the parameters.
And there you are hearing some conversations between the crew on the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft and the team in Mission Control Moscow as they continue to approach the International Space Station. After Soyuz completes its series of impulse burns, it will get within range of the space station and conduct a fly-around. This fly-around is currently scheduled for approximately 2:15 p.m. Central today, and it will start once Soyuz is at a range of about 400 meters, and the fly-around angle today will be 54 degrees. Following the fly-around, the spacecraft will then align with the docking port on the Rosviet module, and once aligned, the vehicle will briefly go into station keeping to allow flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center here on your screen in Koryov outside of Moscow to analyze the alignment between the forward docking probe on the Soyuz and the docking port on the space station's Rosviet module. We're expecting to see this station keeping take place around 2:19 p.m. Central, and then once the proper alignment is confirmed, they will reinitiate the docking sequence and begin final approach. Final approach will take place around 2:21 p.m. Central, and Soyuz uses an automated radar-based system called CORS to dock to the International Space Station. The active portion of the CORS is on Soyuz, and then there is passive equipment that is on the International Space Station. And between the active portion on Soyuz, it sends a radio beacon signal to the passive portion on the International Space Station that updates information on the range and range rate of closure. In the event of a problem with the core system, Soyuz commander Alexei Ovchinin would take over and manually fly the spacecraft in for docking. In just under 30 minutes from now, we are expecting a go-no-go poll for docking to take place with the flight control team. And we are just over 57 minutes away from today's planned docking. Again, today's docking is planned for 2:33 p.m. Central Time, 3:33 p.m. Eastern Time. Following today's docking, the space station population will increase temporarily from 9 to 12 people with the addition of NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos cosmonaut crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. And once the hatches are open between the newly arrived Soyuz and the International Space Station, Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner will be greeted by the current International Space Station commander Oleg Kononenko and his crewmates, Roscosmos cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Gurbankin, along with NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, Jeanette Epps, Sonny Williams, and Butch Wilmore, who together comprise Expedition 71.
MCC Moscow Budalak 1, time 21.
After docking today, we expect to see that hatch opening a couple hours later.
Rate is 46.2 meters per second, approaching. Copy.
We expect to see that hatch opening a couple hours later at approximately 4:50 p.m. Central, 5:50 p.m. Eastern. Pettit and his Russian crewmates, Ovchinin and Wagner, will remain on board through March of next year, returning home at that time on the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, which is bringing them to the International Space Station today. After a few hours of launch day preparations earlier today, the crew left the Site 254 integration building and arrived at the pad, and then liftoff of the Soyuz 2.1A booster with the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft on top carrying Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner occurred on time at 11:23 a.m. Central, 12:23 p.m. Eastern, and 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur, as the space station was flying 260 miles over southwest Kazakhstan. The vehicle performed well, and all three stages performed as expected for its 8-minute and 45-second ride to orbit. The solar arrays and antennas were then deployed, and the trio was on their way to the International Space Station. After third stage shutdown and separation, control of the vehicle was transferred from Baikonur to the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov outside of Moscow. And here you're seeing a clip of the trio of astronauts for the Soyuz arriving at the launch pad earlier today. They arrived at the launch pad after going to the integration and suit-up facility at Building 254 inside the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Once at the launch pad, they climbed a few stairs and waved goodbye to some well-wishers before entering the elevator for the ride to the top of the Soyuz rocket, where they then boarded their Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft. There on the middle of this stairway, you can see NASA astronaut Don Pettit. And those trio of astronauts, Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner, are now closing in on the International Space Station, and we are expecting a docking in about 52 minutes from now.
MCC Moscow, Block 1, time 21:42:00, range 23.7 kilometers, range rate 34.5 meters per second, approaching station. Copy.
For those of you who are just joining us, we are bringing you live coverage of the rendezvous and docking of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft that is carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his crewmates Soyuz commander Alexei Ovchinin and flight engineer Ivan Wagner. Everything continuing to proceed as expected, and we are about 50 minutes away from that planned undocking time at 2:33 p.m. Central Time, 3:33 p.m. Eastern Time. Pettit's launch and docking today mirrors that of Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, who is scheduled to launch to the station as part of the SpaceX Crew 9 Dragon later this month, and this provides a reciprocal crew exchange capability to maintain safe and continuous space station operations. And the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft is now about 20 kilometers away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in on its destination. And today's docking will set the International Space Station up for a busy sequence of crew rotations. In just a couple of weeks, we will see the departure of the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft, and that is scheduled for September 23rd, bringing NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson and her Roscosmos crewmates Nikolai Chub and Alexander Gurbankin back to Earth with a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Dyson will have spent 6 months in space on this, her third flight into space, while Kononenko and Chub will come home after completing a full year on orbit. The departure of the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft
4505, range 18 kilometers, range rate 27.1 meters per second, approaching IC station in the center of sky in Baikonur. Copy. You can send the command from display plus TV from input 2. I send the command display plus TV. Copy.
And you just heard some additional conversation with the crew.
The maneuver along the roll angle at the range of less than 15 kilometers. Copy all.
And you just heard some additional conversation between the crew aboard the Soyuz MS-26 and flight controllers on the ground, reporting that they are about 18 kilometers away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in on their target. They also reported that they saw the International Space Station in the distance. So again, in just a couple of weeks after today's docking, we will see the departure of the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft, scheduled for September 23rd. The departure of this spacecraft will then mark the start of Expedition 72. Shortly after, we will see the launch of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission, carrying NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov to the International Space Station. Crew 9 will then have a short handover period with Crew 8 before Crew 8 returns back to Earth, carrying NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, and Jeanette Epps, along with Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gurbenkin. Crew 8 will have spent approximately 7 months in space after arriving in early March of this year.
Moscow Burlak 1, range 14 kilometers, 700 meters, 21.9 range rate and closing. We are monitoring the roll maneuver. Copy. T-Schedule 3, I did not save it. 22. 05 25. Okay, it was the burn 5.31. Time 15 seconds. 19 seconds. 19.
And the Soyuz spacecraft now closing in at less than 14 kilometers away from the International Space Station as it continues to proceed in for docking.
Time 20:48:30. Range rate 19.2 and closing. Short test done. Acquisition on course 1 string confirmed. Copy. All nominal. Standing by for closed transmitter activation at 21:50:02. Good copy. Correction is approximately at a distance of 2.5 kilometers. And the time is also an estimate. Monitor the maneuver. Copy. Unintelligible.
And we are now about 43 minutes away from today's expected docking time of 2:33 p.m. Central Time, 3:33 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are expecting a go-no-go poll for docking to take place in about 15 minutes. Also coming up, we will see the next impulse burn in a series of 6 burns. It'll be the 4th one in that series. We're expecting to see that in about 15 minutes, around 2:05 p.m. Central, 3:05 p.m. Eastern.
Смотри, включился передать.
I check if cluster is on.
Тут Москвы, Бурлак.
Moscow Burlak 1, time 21:51:20, range 10.4 kilometers, range rate 13.9 and closing.
Есть включение передатчика клёст.
Close transmitter on, confirmed. Copy.
And there you're seeing a live view of the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov outside of Moscow. That team took over control of the spacecraft following orbital insertion earlier today. And the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft is now less than 10 kilometers away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in.
Transmitter activation, and we see the screen on the call. Copy. This is Burlak 1.
We are now less than 40 minutes away from today's expected docking.
10, range 9 kilometers, 11.5 meters per second, and closing. Target is in the center of VSK. Copy. We can see that.
And you are
Station is in the center of VSK.
And you're continuing to hear communication between the Soyuz MS-26 crew and the teams on the ground, reporting the range and range rate of the vehicle as it continues to close in on the International Space Station. The vehicle is now less than 9 kilometers away from the space station. And we are now just over 38 minutes away from today's expected docking, and we're also expecting a go-no-go poll for today's docking in a little over 10 minutes from now. And around that same time, we will also see the Impulse 4 burn take place, and these series of impulse burns take place from the engine on the Soyuz vehicle, and they are just very short bursts to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path to the International Space Station.
Time 21:55:00. Range 7.8 kilometers. Rate 9.7 meters per second and closing. Station is in the center of the VSK.
Принято.
Copy.
We are now about 37 minutes away from docking for the Soyuz. Today's docking will see the arrival of NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos cosmonaut crewmates, Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. The Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft was launched atop a Soyuz 2.1A booster rocket from Launch Pad 6, Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan earlier today at 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 a.m. Eastern Time, 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur. Everything continues to proceed as expected with today's rendezvous and docking, and the spacecraft continues to close in on its destination, the International Space Station. Again, we are expecting docking today for 2:33 p.m. Central Time, 3:33 p.m. Eastern Time. At the time of docking, the International Space Station and the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft will be flying 260 miles over southeast Russia. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers are currently on deck monitoring the Expedition 71 crew.
50 inaudible 0.
And there on your screen in the center you can see Flight Director Judd Freeling, and to his right is the Capcom or Capsule Communicator Luca Parmitano, and the Capcom serves as the voice link between teams on the ground and the station crew. We expect to see a no-go poll from the flight control team in about 7 minutes from now for the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft to proceed in for docking. And there on your screen now, you're seeing a crosshair view from the Soyuz spacecraft. And in the bottom left corner of that crosshair, you can see the range and range rate of closure of the Soyuz to the International Space Station. So there on your screen, you can see that the Soyuz spacecraft is about 5.9 kilometers away from the International Space Station and closing in at a rate of 8.45 meters per second.
5.8, 8.4 range rate and closing. Station is in the center of VSK. So this is Burlock 1 reporting. Copy.
We are now about 33 minutes away from the docking of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft to the International Space Station. Following initial contact and capture of the Soyuz MS-26 to the International Space Station, there will be a period of a couple of minutes to allow the relative motion between the Soyuz and the International Space Station to dampen out on the docking interface between the two.
2200, range 5.2 kilometers, rate 8.4 meters per second, and closing. Station is in the center of Kazakhstan. Burlak 1 reporting.
And once that relative motion dampens out, the forward docking probe on Soyuz will begin to retract. Hooks will then close and we will have a hard mate between Soyuz and the station. We are expecting to see that hook closure around 2:40 p.m. Central, about 7 minutes after initial docking. After that hard mate, there will be a period of standard leak checks to ensure we have an airtight seal between Soyuz and the International Space Station before we open up the hatches. Hatch opening is currently targeted for about 4:50 p.m. Central, 5:50 p.m. Eastern. Soyuz is now about 4.5 kilometers away from the International Space Station and closing in at a rate of approximately 8.6 meters per second. Coming up in about 4 minutes, we will see that impulse 4 burn. That impulse burn will be a short burst to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path to the International Space Station, and there are 6 total impulse burns planned.
Time 22:00. 4.1 kilometers range rate 8.6 meters per second, and closing. Station is in the West Kazakhstan Center, Burlak 1. Copy all.
And if you look to the center of that crosshair view on your screen, you can start to see the outline of the International Space Station making its appearance as the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner continue to close in on the International Space Station. They're now about 3.8 kilometers away, closing in at a rate of about 8.8 meters per second. And now on your screen, you can see the onboard control panel. This is basically the screen that the Soyuz crew is seeing. And on that left upper side, you can see that crosshair camera that we were previously seeing. And you can now really see the International Space Station coming into view. So this view on your screen is what the crew aboard Soyuz are seeing. And again, that crew is NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner.
Range 2.9 kilometers, range rate 8.9 meters per second, and closing. ISS in the West Kazakhstan Center. Copy.
And the Soyuz spacecraft is now less than 2.7 kilometers away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in. In just about a minute from now, we should see that Impulse 4 burn take place.
Maneuver started. Station is shifting by 1 hour. Copy.
And that Impulse 4 burn is now underway.
Confirm 220608.
Again, those impulse burns are just short bursts
10 seconds, so we made 3 meters.
to fine-tune.
4, GK 220623. Duration 5. Magnitude 553, and duration is 15 seconds. Copy.
Так, наблюдаем обратный разворот.
We're observing the reverse maneuver.
And there you can see the International Space Station coming back into view of that crosshair camera.
1,046 meters, rate 4.5 meters per second, and closing. ISS is in the center of West Kazakhstan. Copy.
And we just had that Impulse 4 burn complete. Again, those impulse burns.
Yes, we have good video.
And those impulse burns are just short bursts to fine-tune the spacecraft's path. We will have 2 additional impulse burns to complete the series. The Impulse 5 burn is scheduled for about 2:09 p.m. Central, 3:09 p.m. Eastern, and the final Impulse 6 burn is scheduled for around 2:12 p.m. Central, 3:12 p.m. Eastern. The Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft is now about 1.4 kilometers away from the International Space Station and closing in at a rate of about 4.1 meters per second. And we should see that Impulse 5 burn in about a minute from now. And we are about 24 minutes away from today's planned docking.
Time 220920, range 1190 meters, range rate 3 meters per second, and closing. Station is in the center of West Kazakhstan.
And we are now about 23 minutes away from today's planned docking. The Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft is about 1 kilometer away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in at a rate of about 3.6 meters per second. In about 5 minutes from now, Soyuz will get within range of the space station and then go into its fly around. We are expecting that fly around to take place around 2:15 p.m. Central, 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time today. And that fly around will start at a range of about 400 meters with an angle of 54 degrees.
We see red dampen.
And we just heard confirmation that Impulse 5 burn is underway.
Range 950 meters, range rate 2.7 meters per second, Burlock 1 reporting. Copy.
And there on your screen now, you can see a live look of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft as it closes in on the International Space Station. This view is coming from some of those external cameras aboard the International Space Station. And you can see as it conducts that Impulse 5 burn, you saw a couple of short bursts there from its engine. And again, that Impulse 5 burn is part of a series of 6 burns to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path to the International Space Station. And Soyuz and the International Space Station are currently flying over the northeast coast of Brazil.
22:11:30. Range 790 meters. Range rate 2.4 meters per second and closing.
And the Soyuz spacecraft that you're currently seeing on your screen is about 250 meters away from the International Space Station and closing in at a rate of about 2.4 meters per second. And we have confirmation that the Impulse 5 burn was complete and it was a good burn, so there's just 1 burn left in that series of impulse burns, and we're expecting that in just a minute. Shortly after that, Soyuz will then conduct its fly around. Again, that fly around is scheduled for about 3 minutes from now at 2:15 p.m. Central, 3:15 p.m. Eastern, once the Soyuz spacecraft is about 400 meters away from the International Space Station.
Start of retrograde burn.
And that Impulse 6 burn is now underway.
Observe braking, range 630 meters, range rate 1.55 and closing.
And that Impulse 6 burn is now complete. We will be standing by for the fly around taking place in about 3 minutes. And the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft is now less than 400 meters away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in, now at a rate of about 1.6 meters per second. Following that fly around, the spacecraft will align with the docking port on the Roscosmos module, and once aligned, the vehicle will then go into a period of station keeping.
550 meters, rate 1.6 meters per second and closing. Copy.
During that period of station keeping, it will allow flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov outside of Moscow to analyze the alignment between the forward docking probe on Soyuz and the docking port on the space station's Roscosmos module.
Yes. We confirm.
The Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft is now less than 500 meters away from the International Space Station, and once it gets to that 400 meter mark, it will begin its fly around. And on your screen, you continue to see a view of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft captured from cameras on the International Space Station. And the vehicles are approaching the west coast of Africa. We are less than 30 seconds away from that fly around, and the vehicle is about 425 meters away from the International Space Station.
Range 402 meters. Range rate 1.33 and closing. Copy.
And the Soyuz spacecraft is now about 370 meters away and will begin that fly around. Again, that fly around is going to be conducted at an angle of 54 degrees. And we have confirmation that the fly around has started. And following the fly around, the spacecraft will align.
With the AGE mode.
And following the fly around, the spacecraft will align with the docking port on the Roscosmos module, which will be the Soyuz MS-26's destination for today.
Is it better? Much better. Keep it as is. Copy all. Keeping it the way it is now.
And the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft is continuing to conduct its fly around.
30.14 meters. 0.73 is the range rate. We're continuing fly around, targeting the designated docking port. Yes, go ahead. Continue the fly around process. Copy.
And the Soyuz spacecraft is now less than 300 meters away and closing in at a rate of about 0.6 meters per second. Coming up in less than 3 minutes, we will see the station keeping taking place. And this begins after the fly around and once the spacecraft is aligned with the docking port on the Roscosmos module.
Range 270 meters. Range rate 058 approaching. Copy.
And the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft continues to conduct its fly around. It is about 250 meters away from the International Space Station.
Range rate 0.42 approaching.
And the spacecraft today will bring NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his crewmates, Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchenin and Ivan Wagner, to the International Space Station. And once they dock and the hatches are open, the station population will temporarily increase from 9 to 12 people. And we are about a minute away from transitioning to that station keeping from the fly around. And then after the station keeping and the Russian mission control team is happy with the alignment, they will begin the final approach. Final approach is currently scheduled for about 2.5 minutes from now.
Range 227 meters, 0.27 range rate approaching. We have the...
And you are seeing some of those thruster firings from Soyuz as it crosses or flies over the coast of Moscow and continues to approach the coast of Morocco and continues to approach the International Space Station.
We see Cygnus. Yes, that's it. That's the one. We see the Prichelin course. Range is 215, 0.21 is the range rate approaching. We are practically at the axis of the designated docking port of MRM-1. Please monitor K-15. We have confirmed the pre-chow signal.
And there you see the crosshair view from the Soyuz MS-26. You can see it is working to align itself with the docking probe on the Roscosmos module.
207 meters, 0.12 range rate. We have cone station keeping. We are expecting cone station keeping.
And the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft is now working to align itself with the docking port on the Roscosmos module, and we
Yes, we see station keeping in the cone. We confirm station keeping.
And once aligned, the vehicle will then briefly go into station keeping.
We are activating the headlight.
And the vehicle is currently about 200 meters away from the International Space Station.
21:26 is the time when I activated the headlight. Range 200 meters. Range rate is 0.1 approaching. We have pre-chow. Okay. Monitor the final approach process. Yes, we confirm final approach pre-chow. I see that the range is decreasing, and we see the increase of the range rate approaching the station. Copy.
And the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft has finished its period of station keeping and is now beginning the final approach to the International Space Station, reinitiating that docking sequence. Again, Soyuz uses an automated radar-based system called CORS to dock to the International Space Station.
Range is 175 meters. 0.83 is range rate approaching the station.
And the active portion of the CORS system is on Soyuz with the passive equipment on the station. And between the active portion on Soyuz, it sends a radio beacon signal to the passive portion on the space station that updates information on the range and rate of closure. And the vehicle is now about 150 meters away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in.
Range 135 meters. Range rate is 0.79 approaching the station.
We are just moments away from that docking of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, and just 3 hours ago at 11:23 a.m. Central, 12:23 p.m. Eastern, the Soyuz lifted off atop its Soyuz 2.1A booster, propelling it into orbit.
Fine-tuning. Yes, we see the blinking in the video. If it's not too much trouble, then could you adjust the AGC mode? Yes, we also see the blinking in our video.
And the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft and the International Space Station are currently flying east of Casablanca as the Soyuz closes in on its final approach to the International Space Station. Following initial contact and capture, there will be a period of just a couple of minutes to allow the relative motion between Soyuz and the International Space Station to dampen out on the docking interface that is between the two.
It's not working. Brulak 1 speaking, it's not working to get a better video quality than we have now. Copy.
And the vehicle is now less than 80 meters.
0.37 approaching the station. There will be an eclipse in about 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm thinking that too.
And the vehicle is about 69 meters away from the International Space Station and closing in at a rate of about 0.3 meters per second. The rate of closure once it gets to contact and capture will be about 1/10 of a meter per second. Again, the docking.
60 meters. Range rate is 017. Approaching the station. The crosshairs are aligned.
Again, the docking of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft it'll dock to the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The vehicle is now about 47 meters away.
Assess weapon activation. We confirm assess weapon readiness. The probe is extended. Copy. Range is 40, 3 meters. Range rate is 019. Approaching the station. The crosshairs are aligned. About half its cell is the deviation from the electronic crosshairs positioning.
And there on your screen you can see the crosshair view from the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft looking onto the International Space Station. And there on your screen you can see the view from the International Space Station looking to the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft as it continues to make its final approach in for docking. And on the front of the Soyuz spacecraft you can see that docking probe.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. You are looking at incredible views from on board the International Space Station, where in just about 4.5 minutes, the Soyuz MS-26 crew will dock with the International Space Station. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. Take a moment, engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage, docking, undocking, or return to Earth, because here at TLP, we believe that space is better together, and we bring you full live launch, in-orbit coverage, as well as space news updates, exclusive one-on-one interviews. Let's see that go, no-go for docking in the chat, and we're going to listen back in to NASA and Roscosmos Mission Control for the final minutes of the docking of Soyuz MS-26, and stay with us for full coverage all the way to hatch opening.
About 1/10 of a meter per second. And you could hear some conversations between the crew on the Soyuz and teams on the ground as they were aligning the crosshair camera.
Try to use the HC mode. Yes, go ahead. Should we leave this video as is? Yes, leave it as is. Should we leave it? Just go ahead and leave it as is. Copy. Yes, we confirm inaudible. We have Baza Air confirmed. Copy. We have visually crossed 20 meters. The crosshairs are aligned. The target crosshairs are matching the crosshairs on the VSK.
And the International Space Station is in a brief but expected handover period, but we are continuing to get these views from the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, and they were confirming that the spacecraft was aligned with the docking target on the International Space Station, which you can see in that crosshair view on your screen. And the vehicle is now about 15 meters away from the International Space Station, closing in at a rate of 0.11 meters per second.
Range is 15 meters, range rate is 011, approaching the station. Range is 10 meters. Crosshairs of the target are matching the electronic crosshairs on VSK.
And the Soyuz is now 10 meters away and continuing to close in on its docking target.
Crosshairs of the target are aligned with the center of VSK.
And we are now standing by for contact and capture.
Visually, we see 3 meters. We're expecting contact. We confirm contact. We have capture 2232 capture.
And we have confirmation of contact and capture of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft to the International Space Station at 2:32 p.m. Central, 3:32 p.m. Eastern, as the space station and Soyuz were flying 260 statute miles over central Ukraine.
And give us the circle tank readings and the propellant.
And the forward docking probe on the Soyuz spacecraft is now beginning to retract. After that retraction is complete, hooks will begin to close.
185. Propellant 493.
Принято.
Copy.
Работаем по 57 странице.
Work per page.
The
57.
Docking probe on the Soyuz spacecraft is now beginning to retract. After that retraction is complete, hooks will begin to close.
185. Propellant 493.
Принято.
Copy.
Работаем по 57 странице.
Work per page 57.
Принято, работаем по...
Copy, we're working per page 57.
Да, отключаем фару, закрываем РПВ-1 и запускаем...
You can turn off the headlight. Sending command R7, sending command R7, turning off the headlight. That would be C1818. Turned it off. Close RPV1. We're going to start the one-time monitoring sequence.
And if you're just joining us, you're looking inside a live view of the Roscosmos Mission Control Room and Soyuz MS-26 now officially at the International Space Station. We're now 2 hours, 15 minutes away from hatch opening. We'll be staying live during that entire time, waiting to see the 2 Russian cosmonauts and the 1 NASA astronaut board the International Space Station. There's 3 hatches that have to be pressurized, checked, and slowly opened over the next 2 hours, and we'll be keeping a close eye on all of that. We'll also be answering all of your comments and questions in the chat, so make sure you're sending those in with tagging us at the launch pad, and stay with us. Here at the launch pad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we bring you full live coverage of launches, dockings, special events, interviews, and space news updates. We'll be staying live for this. We're also, of course, monitoring Polaris Dawn on their historic mission, having achieved an orbit of 1,400.7 kilometers. They're now in a lower, more stable orbit for the rest of their mission, preparing for that historic spacewalk in just 1 day and 10 hours, and we'll be bringing you full live coverage of that. We're going to continue listening in to station-to-ground communications as we await hatch opening. Stay with us right here on the Launchpad Network.
The video. Querying. Copy.
We have confirmation that the hooks on the Soyuz are now driving.
The 17 message is no longer eliminated. We're waiting for the D15 to be eliminated. I confirm.
Again, we saw the docking of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft earlier, just a few minutes ago.
Eliminated. It's D15.
At 2:32 p.m. Central, and now we have confirmation that the hooks have closed, forming a hard mate between Soyuz and the International Space Station.
D13 is not on. We're waiting for the gas 17 to be eliminated as in hooks retracted. Copy. I confirm. Yes, I confirm working for 58.
And with that hard mate, there will then be a period of some leak checks and pressurization of the vestibule before opening the hatches to welcome the newly arrived Soyuz MS-26 crew to the International Space Station later today.
Бурлак-2, ЦУПу Москвы. Вань, скажи замер. И там потом...
Could you give us the next measurement? Five-minute measurement. 8:05 in SS in S831 in the bill. 860 in the instrumentation compartment. gas 17, watching Higgs retracted is eliminated. We're waiting the SM probe retracted is D11, expecting that to be eliminated shortly. We confirmed the SEM probe is retracted. SSVP mode complete. We have confirmation. We are ready to send command D8 SSVP to turn off SSVP one more time. Could you repeat one more time? Turn off SSVP. Copy. We're sending D8. I turned it off. D11 is no longer illuminated. D15 is no longer eliminated. Watching Higgs are not eliminated. That is gas 17. D11 is not eliminated. SSVP mode complete is not eliminated. We're going to record, save the recording. So, info out 1, 18, 8, input 2, file saved, 000, log. Give you the names of the files that the log recordings were saved in. Copy. Alexei, they want to talk to you from Baikonur. We're ready. Crew members, Baikonur speaking. We can barely hear you. Is this better now? A little bit better. We're very happy for you. We're congratulating you on the soft docking. Hi to everyone. Have a successful flight, complete all the science objectives, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you again on the ground. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Так, 15-минутный у нас.
15 minutes at 49 minutes.
49 минут будет.
Speaking simultaneously. Maybe we can move on to page 5959 for now.
Да, можно отключить.
Yes. You can turn off the antenna heater.
До момента Т-сетки плюс 20.
You can execute steps up to time of temperature plus 20. Okay, copy. We're sending command get 2.
And you just heard some congratulatory words from Roscosmos officials down in Baikonur, where the Soyuz 2.1A booster launched about 3 hours and 20 minutes ago. And following that launch earlier today at 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 p.m. Eastern Time from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, that set the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft up for its short 2-orbit journey. And NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner have now safely docked to the International Space Station's Rosviet module this afternoon at 2 2:32 p.m. Central, 3:32 p.m. Eastern, as the International Space Station and the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft were traveling over central Ukraine. Following a series of standard leak checks, the Expedition 71 crew currently on board the space station will open the hatches between the orbiting laboratory and Soyuz to greet Petit, Ovchinin, and Wagner. NASA coverage of hatch opening and welcoming remarks will begin at 4:30 p.m. Central, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, with that hatch opening planned to take place around 4:50 p.m. Central, 5:50 p.m. Eastern. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston.
And as Mission Control wraps up their live coverage, we will be remaining live, continuing to listen in to station-to-ground communications as we await the arrival of the Soyuz MS-26 crew aboard the International Space Station. We're expecting that live coverage of hatch opening to be beginning in about an hour and a half's time, but we do have these live camera views from on board the ISS as well as its live ground track, and we are listening to station-to-ground communications where we will hear them walking through the steps to open all three hatches as the crew prepares to arrive. We're going to continue answering your comments and questions in the chat, so make sure you stay with us as we await the arrival of Soyuz MS-26 at the International Space Station, continuing a historic day, the first time in human history that we have had 19 people in orbit. An incredible day as we push this to a new era, and we'll see how many years it takes us to get that to the next number, or maybe even to triple digits. Stay with us, and I'll be back with more updates as we continue to monitor the Soyuz MS-26 mission to the ISS.
What do you want to drink? Tea, coffee, and something sour. Sour? Okay. All right. Would you like some soups? Yes. Okay. All right. I got you. Thank you.
Так, сложил. Так, Ространспортом подсвет.
Controls in transportation position. Removing this car. AG unit. And turn it off.
Бурлаки вам для информации.
Burlaks for your information.
Пусковой импульс 128 метров в секунду.
128 meters per second. Copy.
Так, у нас еще 2 минуты.
We have 2 more minutes left before 15 minutes expire. Yes. 15 minutes, yes. We are waiting for 15 minutes to expire to take measurements at 49 minutes.
Так, сейчас должен там 49 копеек.
At 49 minutes and few seconds, we'll have to take 15-minute measurement. Yes? Moscow, Burlak 1. 15-minute measurement. SR pressure 807, low pressure 832, instrumentation compartment 858.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, ну мы сейчас ожидаем с вами инструкцию.
How did you copy? We're waiting for go to deactivate capture indication. That will be at about 22:52, right?
Да, все верно. 52 минуты.
Correct. Standing by for 52 minutes into the hour.
Departure 02 minutes открыть.
Opening at 40 minutes, yeah. O2 supply was eliminated. Well, right now the O2 pressurization is already done, so LED should not be eliminated by now. Okay. Okay.
Получили инструкцию.
We received the instruction. Deactivation after capture. All views are no longer illuminated. KDO pressurization no longer illuminated. SM12 on format 44. Ready to send E1. Copy.
Даем.
Here we go. Yes, we are sending E1. If it's not illuminated, then yes, go ahead.
Выдаем E1.
In work?
Ввел запрет до низких режимов. Принято.
Copy.
Готовы с вашего разрешения.
On your go.
Выполнить переход на МБС.
We are ready to switch to the intercom. Stand by one. Let us clarify something. Copy, standing by.
Moscow Station, Space to Ground 1, go ahead. I am going to turn off inaudible.
Добро, можно включить RS-2.
RS-2 to off. You have a go. Copy in work.
Burlaks, Moscow. You are go to switch to intercom. Page 59, and please proceed.
Принял, выполняем переход
Copy.
на МБС.
Switch into intercom.
Москве, Бурлак 1.
Moscow, Burlak 1, how copy? I'm talking on intercom.
Тут Москву слышит хорошо.
Moscow copies you loud and clear. How us?
Тоже слышим хорошо.
Loud and clear.
Готовы с вашего разрешения выполнить переход на объединенное
We are ready to go to the combined power.
Да, сейчас, секундочку.
Stand by one.
Так, Алексей, да, есть
Алексей, yes.
выполнить
You
переход
are
на
go
объединенное питание.
to perform transition to the combined power.
Принято.
Copy.
Выполняем переход на объединенное
In work.
питание.
Go
Выдаем
into combined
B5.
power. Send in B5.
B5.
Выдал B5.
B5. Sent.
B7.
B7.
Так, и B1.
And B1.
Так, есть.
Commands went through.
D, Дмитрий 1.
Activating D1 combined power.
Station Houston on 2 for TC at your convenience.
Есть.
Command went through.
Москве, Бурлак 1.
Moscow, Burlak 1.
Выполнили переход на объединенное питание.
Transition to combined power confirmed. Copy all.
Вентиляцию скафандровую.
Then you are go to deactivate suit fan, the cameras 1 and 2, and disconnect the umbilicals.
Открываем люк.
Also, you are go to open the hatch.
Принято.
Copy.
Открываю люк. Сабо.
Sabo hatch open and then progress.
В кармашке убираем.
All connectors to the pouches.
Да, принято.
Copy.
Том, подержи, пожалуйста.
Luca, are you calling me on 2?
Hey TC, yes, I have two questions for you if you have a second.
Are you holding it?
Moscow Station, space to ground 1. Sergey, should I reconfigure the COM to the initial condition, to the nominal configuration? Yes, please go ahead, do that. You have our go. Copy. Will do. Copy.
Moscow Burlock 1 opened covered pressure NSR 808 in BO 831. Pressure is stable for the last 2 minutes, no changes. Copy. Still, we need to monitor manovacuometer gauge for 10 minutes.
Ждем, да?
So we're standing by, right?
Ты на руки, да, имеешь в виду КВД?
You closed the...
КВД САБО.
Yes, САБО КВД is still closed. I'm still equalizing the pressure. You go to open it.
Принято, открываю.
Copy and work, opening the valve. You return ventilation of, yes, after you transfer to BO, after you open the hatch. Proceed working per page 50. No, page 60. 60. I copy.
Moscow Station Space to Ground 1. I have put the communications into their initial nominal configuration. Copy that. Station Moscow Space to Ground 1. Station Moscow on Space to Ground 2 for Nikolai regarding the PAO event. Station Moscow on Space to Ground 2 for Nikolai. Oh, we have already transitioned to Space to Ground 2. Please respond. Moscow Station. How do you copy? It's okay. So Nikolai, you have a go to turn off the TV camera from TVS and then connect the other one. Inaudible. And please set it up for the PAO event. All right.
Okay, I'm
Copy.
here. Yes,
Loud
I
and
heard
clear.
you, Connect. And how do you copy me? Loud and clear. Same here.
Both ways.
Тоже слышу хорошо.
I can also hear you well.
I can copy you loud and clear too.
Так, Игнат, я перешел
Игнат?
в бытовой отсек. Так.
Да, принято.
Please copy.
Так, вы дальше по какой странице работаем?
Now, which page do I need now?
По странице 60.
60, page 60.
Так, 60, да.
Okay, page 60, confirm.
Так, надо убедиться, что КСД было закрыт.
You need to make sure that KSD was closed.
Да, КСД было закрыт.
KSD is closed.
Да, соответственно, ККТ и ККС тоже закрыты.
ККС закрыт. Да, подтверждаю.
KKS closed.
Так.
I can confirm.
Открываю КВД.
Opening KVD.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, открываю. Так, Вань, S3 должен загореться.
Вань, you must see S3 illuminated. Confirmed. Copy.
Так, давление по мановакуметру
Pressure gauge
820.
pressure is 820 on MV.
Принято 820.
Copy 820.
10 минут контроль давления.
10 minutes for pressure monitoring.
Да, подтверждаю.
Confirmed.
Go ahead on Space Ground 2. I have remated the cables and the camera is on. Copy. Thank you very much. You don't have to turn it on, but you have to connect it. Yes.
Okay.
Please come again. The comm is ready. I'm saying you just have to connect it, but do not turn it on. And just to verify, everything is ready in the service module as well. Is that right? Yes, both in the service module and in MRM1. The cameras have been connected and checked out, but I have not turned on the camera in the service module to verify it. That's okay, you don't have to do that. You will do it on MCCM Go.
Don, give me please my glasses cover. And Don, give me a gravity zero indicator.
Бурлаки МСС Moscow.
Отвечаю.
Bullak 1 speaking.
На данный момент
At present, the
показания
readings for manual pressure gauge are 822. It used to be 820. It's currently 822.
Как приняли
МСС Moscow, how copy?
Принято. Да,
Copy
продолжаем
all.
по 60
Please continue working for page 60.
Продолжаю дальше, правильно?
Yes, I'm continuing.
Да, продолжаем дальше.
Yes, go ahead.
Moscow,
Copy.
Station
I'm
Moscow, Space
continuing.
to Ground 2 regarding the TV coverage of the PO event.
Так, закрываю
I'm
КВД.
closing KVD.
КВД закрыт.
KVD is closed.
S3 не горит.
S3 is no longer illuminated.
В БО основной
I'm going to
резервный.
activate the purification units
Так, и определить
in the
давление,
BO prime and backup.
азот.
And need to
Station Moscow,
check
Space to Ground 2 for Nikolai
nitrogen
about the
pressure.
TV coverage of the PO event.
I am ready to read
Так,
the
давай.
values.
Так,
Oxygen. Partial pressure of oxygen 161. Even. CO2. 1.6. 1.6. H2O. 17.6. 17.6. Pressure per manual pressure gauge is 822. 822.
меня 641,8.
641.8 is what I got. So we're recording the numbers of the nitrogen. 641.8. 641, indeed. Copy. Can we open RPV-1? Opening RPV-1. Open. Open. Turning off on Bruce. Prime and backup purification units in the SI and the descent module. I turned off those units. Bullaki, I wanted to point out that condensate transfer will be performed in the bill. Copy.
Station Moscow on Space to Ground 2 for Nikolai about the TV coverage.
Так, краны на емкостях Е2
E2
открыт,
valve
Е3
is
закрыт.
open, E3 is closed.
Так, Дон.
Done.
КР3, конденсат БО.
KR3, condensate BO.
Стоит БО.
Condensate is switched to BO.
Сборник конденсата БО.
Perform
2
a
минуты.
transfer of condensate to condensate collection unit in the BO. 2 minutes.
Он закончил?
John, are you done? Yes, I have completed. It's been 2 minutes. Sounds good. KR3 condensate 2.
Стоит конденсат СА.
KR3 is switched to condensate
Надо выдать Т2.
Okay, you need to send T2.
Отключить телефон СЗИ.
Turn off the SZI phone. Send T2. I wanted to remind you that when you dock the spacesuits, you will need to set them to dry. Reading simultaneously. Set your spacesuit in in the vehicle 756. Okay, if we have time to do it, we'll do it now, and otherwise we'll do it later. Okay, yes, you will have time available later. Did you send T2? Yes, I did send it. F6? Oh, okay.
Так, дальше я перехожу
Now then I'm going to move to item 7 on page 65. 65. MCC Moscow, I am ready to start working for page 7.1, small vestibule repress for page 7.1 on page 65. We give you a go to work for page 65. Copy. Opening KKS valve.
Открыл ККС.
KKS valve open.
На минуту КВД.
Opening KVD for 1 minute.
Вань, S3 должен загореться.
We should have S3. Yes, we have S3
Station
on. Illuminated.
Moscow on Space to Ground 2 for Nikolai about the TV coverage of the PAO event. Did you call me? Yes. Could you please go to the service module and turn the camera on? We would like to do a checkout of how it is working. All right, we'll do copy.
Да.
Inaudible.
Бурлаки тут Москвы, было
Бурлаки.
большое прерывание.
There was a short palm dropout.
Первый замер.
First measurement time 23:31. Pressure per minimum pressure gauge is 825.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, Алексей, у меня еще вопрос.
Alexei, one more question. GoPro number 3. Did you turn it off? Yes, we have
there was
already turned
some
it off.
drop in comm, and I turned the camera on.
Через минуту 825.
In 1 minute is 825.
Стабильно.
Pressure is stable.
Do you copy?
Copy.
So, sorry, I will be in a different module. There will be no comm there. What were you asking? Nikolai, can you please go to the table and see if everything is all right there? Everything is fine. Okay, we just want to make sure that we could see everyone in the picture. all of the crew members. Also, could you please set up the headsets? Excellent, excellent. We can see you. Perfect. Was it good? Yes, everything was great. And say hi to Oleg from us.
2 minutes.
Big request for you. Could you please set up 4 headsets for 2 comm panels, 3 and 4.
One last measurement.
Okay, I have a question. Are we going to check MRM-1? Yes, you can deactivate the camera here and go to MRM-1. We'll do the checkout there. So we'll, okay, so let's go to MRM-1, and it will be on SG2 that we will be communicating.
Трехминутный
3-minute measurement.
Давление
Pressure is 825 and stable. 825 stable. Closing KKS. Yes, go ahead and close KKS.
I activated the camera in MRM-1. All right, let us switch.
Forming leak check. Manual pressure gauge leak check. Copy. Everything is correct.
Так, КВД закрыт.
I close KVD.
Открываю ККТ.
Close. Opening KKT.
Открыл ККТ
I
на
opened
минуту.
KKT for 1 minute. That is correct.
Иван, что кислород,
Ivan, what about
CO2
oxygen, CO2, and H2O?
all of this. Okay. Okay. Все хорошо.
Okay, everything is good here? Yes.
Так, минута прошла.
1 minute has
Закрыл
elapsed.
ККТ.
I have closed KKT.
Давление
Pressure for
пойманного
manual pressure
метру
gauge is
4
4
миллиметра.
millimeters.
Nikolai. Yes, go ahead. So yes, we can see the picture. Could you please just zoom out just a little bit? Because the hatch is too big. Oh. It is zoomed out to the max. Okay, I can relocate the camera a little bit. Yeah, it's much better now. Yeah, everything is centered, everything is great. Looking good. Excellent. All right, so I'll be leaving it as is. Yes, please. And turn the camera off. And once we do the PAO from MRM-1, we will call you, and then for the PAO in the service module, we'll call you again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Copy.
Двухминутный
2-minute
замер.
measurement.
4
4
миллиметра.
millimeters. Copy.
Трехминутный
3
замер.
minutes
4
measurement
миллиметра.
at 4 millimeters.
Принято.
Copy.
Четырехминутный
4-minute
замер.
measurement.
4 миллиметра.
4 millimeters
Стабильно.
stable.
Принято. И ждем еще крайний 5-минутный.
Okay, copy, and waiting for the last
Да,
one
принято.
at 5 minutes. Copy.
Так, есть
We have
5-минутный
5-minute
замер.
measurement reading. The
Давление
pressure
4
is 4
миллиметра.
millimeters.
Вас понял.
Copy
Далее
all.
приступаем к пункту 7.4.
Start
Контроль
working for
большой
IM
полости без наддува.
7.4, monitoring pressure in the
Пункт
vestibule
7.4. Контроль большой
without
полости
repress.
без наддува.
Copy,
Так,
monitoring pressure in the
КВД
vestibule without
закрыт.
repress.
Открываю
KVD is
ККТ.
closed. I'm opening KKT valve.
ККТ
KKT
открыт.
is open.
Так, время 23:42.
Time is 23:42.
Давление 4 миллиметра.
Pressure is 4 millimeters.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, минутный
1
замер
minute measurement.
4 миллиметра.
4 millimeters.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, 2-минутный замер. 4
2-minute
миллиметра.
measurement, 4 millimeters.
Принято.
Copy.
Трехминутный замер. Давление 4 миллиметра.
3-minute measurement. Pressure is 4 millimeters.
Принято.
Copy.
Иван, подача O2 отстрел, что
O2 supply.
168. It's okay. Хорошо.
Very good.
Четырехминутный замер. 4 миллиметра.
4-minute measurement. 4 millimeters.
Принял. И ждем крайний замер.
Standing by for the final measurement.
Так, 5-минутный
5-minute
замер.
measurement.
Давление
Pressure
4
4
миллиметра.
millimeters.
Принято, да, 5-минутный 4 миллиметра.
Yes, at 5 minutes 4 millimeters, no changes. Alexei, please wanna pay your attention that next we'll be working 7.6 vestibule pressurization from the
7-6.
orbital module. Copy.
Да, все верно.
Так,
И здесь
КВД
особенность,
закрыт.
KVD
здесь
closed.
особенность, когда отключите КВД СУОБ, запишите время.
Please record the time of KVD SUOB activation. Copy.
КВД открыт.
KVD is open.
открыт.
KVD is open.
Вань, надо выдать
Ivan,
S5.
we need to send
КВД,
S5.
СУОБ и время
KVD
сказать.
SUOB and give us the time.
S5, Семен 5.
Cyrillic S5.
Так, время 23:48,
03:48:26.
23:48,
23:48:30. S5 sent.
Через
Copy.
минуту
In 1 minute at
23:49,
23:49:30, you'll need to send S6 and close it.
Вань, ты выдал команду S6?
Did you send S6?
Вань, выдал?
Vань, did you send S6 in work?
Выдал 6.
Sent.
Принял.
Copy.
Так, время.
Time 23:50.
Принято 23:50.
Copy 23:50 S6 sent. Please make sure that the pressure and the docking mechanisms in below and SA are stable, no deltas, and standing by for your reports on SU and SR.
Вань, давление.
SU pressure. SA 826. SU 734, no changes.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, тогда приступаем к пункту 7.7.
Let's press on with 7.7. Leak checks of small vestibule after pressurization of main vestibule. Copy 7.7. In work opening ККС.
Открыл ККС.
Open.
Время.
Time
23:52.
23:52.
Давление.
Pressure
736.
736.
Как приняли?
How copy?
Записал, да.
Yes, I wrote it down.
Так, минутный замер.
1 minute measurement.
Давление.
Pressure
736.
736.
Принято.
Copy.
Двухминутный замер.
2 minute measurement. 736.
Принято 736.
Copy 736.
Трехминутный
3-minute measurement. 736.
Принято 736.
736.
Алексей, пункту 7-8.
Alexei, step 7-8 will start it at 00 hour.
Закрываю ККС.
Copy. Closing KKS.
Закрыл ККС.
KKS closed.
Принято.
Copy.
Нам осталось там 4 минуты подождать.
We have to be patient for 4 more minutes.
Успокоение процесса.
Okay?
Леша, тебе долго посылать? Сейчас, чуть попозже. Понял.
Unintelligible.
Можно приступать к пункту 7.8.
Okay, you are going to proceed with step 7.8.
Принято. Время
Copy. Time is 00:00.
Так, КВД закрыт.
КВД closed.
Открываю
Opening ККТ.
КТ открыт.
ККТ is open.
Давление
Pressure on MV 736.
Принято.
Copy.
Следующий замер через 5 минут.
Next measurement in 5 minutes.
Да, принято.
Copy.
Да, и здесь я напоминаю самое удобное место.
Reminder.
Снять скафандры всем.
That's a good time to doff the suits.
Да, приступаем.
Okay, suit doffing and work.
И можно на сушку поставить.
And you can start drying.
Что можно?
What can we do?
Ну, на сушку поставить скафандр.
На сушку?
Yeah, you can set the suits for drying.
Чтобы его поставить на сушку, сначала снять надо.
Well, before I can do that, I need to doff it first. Then I can dry it.
No. Don't. Back. No. Москвы, 5-минутный замер, давление 736.
5-minute measurement, pressure 736.
736 принял.
736, copy.
Следующий замер через 5 минут.
Next measurement in 5 minutes.
Да, принято.
Copy.
ЦУП Москвы 10-минутный замер.
Moscow 10-minute measurement 736.
736. Принял.
Copy.
Леш, я перехожу. Подожди, пока не.
Alexei, can I transfer? No, don't move for now. Okay, understood.
CC Moscow, a 15-minute measurement is 736. 736, copy. Should I switch to the next one? Yes, copy.
Station Moscow for Alec on space to ground 2. Station Moscow, space to ground 2 for Alec.
Экипаж МКС по Москве в канале СГ-1 для Олега.
ISS MCC Moscow on space to ground 1 for Oleg.
Эко, посмотри, пожалуйста, сообщение от Пирогова.
Message? No message yet. I'll be looking for it. Copy. It's a personal message. All right. Thank you.
Which one? You need the wipes? Let's do it later. We're waiting for the 20-minute mark measurement from you.
Да, 20-минутный замер.
20-minute measurement is 736.
Приняли.
Copy.
Да, приняли. 20-минутный замер.
20-minute measurement, 736. Burlaki, we're waiting for your measurement at 25-minute mark. Entity Moscow, please copy the 25-minute mark measurement, 736. Copy 736, and we're waiting for the last measurement in 5 minutes. Copy. Okay, I'll leave this here, and Don, you can take yours over there.
Good afternoon from Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where we are bringing you live coverage of the hatch opening and welcoming for the Soyuz MS-26 crew, comprised of NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. You're currently seeing a live look inside the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov outside of Moscow in Russia. The teams there at the Russian Mission Control Center have overseen the operations of the Soyuz spacecraft following orbital insertion earlier today.
Alexei, could you repeat your last? There was a comm dropout.
Yeah.
The Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft was launched atop a Soyuz 2.1A booster rocket from Launch Pad 6, Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan earlier today at 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:23 p.m. in Baikonur. All three stages operated as expected during its 8-minute and 45-second ride to place Soyuz in its preliminary orbit. Following a quick 2-orbit, 3-hour transit, the spacecraft docked to the International Space Station's Roscosmos module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station at 2:32 p.m. Central, 3:32 p.m. Eastern, as the space station was flying 260 miles over central Ukraine. Since then, teams have been working through procedures to conduct leak checks and pressurization of the vestibule, which is the space between the Soyuz hatch and the station hatch that was previously exposed to the vacuum of space in preparation for the hatch opening just a few moments from now. We are expecting hatch opening to occur in just under 20 minutes or so at approximately 4:50 p.m. Central, 5:50 p.m. Eastern.
I'm closing KKT and working for item 793. Oleg told us that they have pressure on board 741, so closing RPV-1 copy. 741 is in the orbital module. We're closed RPV-1. Sending S5 and then sending S6 in a minute. Ivan, yes, sending C5 in 1 minute C6. Yes, and next we'll be waiting for the BOSU hatch opening from the ISS side. Okay, copy.
And you're hearing some communications between the Soyuz crew and the Russian Mission Control Center as they work through those hatch opening procedures. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers came on console a couple hours ago, and they're currently on deck to support the hatch opening and welcoming of the Soyuz MS-26 crew. The flight control team here in Houston is currently being led by Flight Director Rick Hinfling, and the station population will increase temporarily from 9 to 12 once Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner float on board the orbiting laboratory. Following hatch opening, short time from now, between the newly arrived Soyuz and the station, Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner, who you're seeing on your screen, will be greeted by the current space station commander Oleg Kononenko and his crewmates.
2 minutes more, and then we'll give you a go to open the hatch. Could you please activate cameras?
I'm sending C6 command. C6 is sent. Copy. Over to SUBO. Alexei, wait for the hatch to be opened from the station side. So far, while you're waiting for it, please take note of the following in the ODF procedures. Okay, stand by 1 second.
And on your screen there, you can see an image of the current Expedition 71 crew Again, the Soyuz crew will be greeted by Station Commander Oleg Kononenko and his Roscosmos cosmonaut crewmates, Nikolai Chub and Alexander Gurbankin, along with NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, Jeanette Epps, Sonny Williams, and Butch Wilmore.
25. Which page did you say? Page 25 through page 38. 38. From 25 through 28, all in sequence. Yes. Copy. With the exception of the gas analyzer, we're not going to deactivate gas analyzer. Copy. With the exception of the gas analyzer, so on page 36, do not activate that item. Copy. As far as the cartridge change out in the purification module in the ESA is concerned, change P1 for P3. Okay, P1 to P3. P3. Page 35. Item 4.3 in the orbital flight book. Page 35, item 4.3. Am I correct? Yes, that is correct. I'm going to repeat it again. Swap P1 to P3. Where is the P3 stowed?
And flight controllers and the crew aboard Soyuz and station are continuing to coordinate the final series of leak checks at the docking interface between the Soyuz spacecraft and the Rosviet module.
Should be on the payload rack. Okay, sounds good. Copy all.
And those leak checks began about 2 hours ago as the 3 recently arrived crew members, Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner, took off their launch and entry suits following their launch to orbit and their to-orbit 3-hour journey to the International Space Station. They have now changed into some more comfortable flight clothing and are conducting those leak checks as the flight controllers are waiting for the pressure to be equalized on both sides of the docking interface.
Yes, clarify the following. P3 is
I forgot to open the station hatch.
Located in the Servant.
And we're standing by to see them go ahead and open that station hatch. And you're now getting a live look inside the International Space Station where you can see that hatch right in the center of your screen.
I opened it, so I see P3. Okay, while they're opening the hatch. In the 757 transfer F4 to M. And where do we transfer it from? From the MLM. MLM?
That is MLM.
From MLM.
Принял из МЛМ фот.
From NBMP, which number?
19, да. И 3 ИПК.
And 3 IPK masks. Where are they located? BMP 19 and IPK. Are they in the MRM1? Okay, let us take a
And you can now see that they have opened that station hatch, and on your screen there is Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Kononenko, who is currently serving as the space station's commander.
It's all located in the MLM Pago 1, Alexei, along plane 1. Copy. Sounds good. While we still have some time, a reminder, your spacesuit, you're going to place it for drying out 7 into vehicle 7-5.
MRM-1 SO hatch is open, and cover deck valve is in the electrical control. Copy, Oleg. Thank you. That the hatch is open and the cover deck valve is in the electrical control. Thank you.
Игнат, еще будут какие-то?
Ignat, do you have any further instructions for us? Yes, I have a couple more items for you. And then you can start opening the hatch. You need to set up in the BO the KSD-SU cover. Also, Unit 2, number 8 is currently in MRM1. Set it in the BO. Okay, got it. And upon completion of the vehicle deactivation, report the results to the ground. Copy. We have the message that the hatch is open from the station side. Perform steps per page 7070 and item 793. Opening ККТ. Opened ККТ. Opening КВД. КВД-БОСУ is eliminated. Copy. Monitoring pressure equalization.
And with the hatch on the International Space Station side now open, we are just standing by for the hatch on the Soyuz side of that docking interface to be opened, and then the 3 crew members currently aboard the Soyuz will officially be welcomed aboard the International Space Station following their launch earlier today at 11:23 a.m. Central, 12:23 p.m. Eastern from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Alesha, what's up? The pressure is decreasing but
how
slowly. Right now it's
the pressure is dropping slowly, 795.
So we need
50
50 more millimeters, 50. That's correct.
For those of you who are just joining us, we are live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, bringing you live coverage of the hatch opening of the Soyuz MS-23. The hatch on the station side has been open, and we're just standing by for the hatch opening of the Soyuz.
The fans are working here. Oh yes, now we can hear some maybe low frequency sound. Is it your music playing, right, Oleg? Okay, we have 780 already, 780 millimeters. Now we can hear.
We heard.
Well, this is our
that's
invention.
our invention. It's called KTO music.
A special unit, KTO speaker. It is empty KTO that is double working as a speaker. So you are putting a speaker inside? Yes, that's correct. I think you will like it. No doubts.
The Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft is carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchenin and Ivan Wagner. They arrived to the International Space Station and docked to the station's Rosviet module about 2 hours ago at 2:32 p.m. Central, 3:32 p.m. Eastern. Since then, teams have been working through procedures to conduct leak checks at the docking interface between the Soyuz spacecraft and the Rosviet module and complete some pressurization steps. The crew aboard the Soyuz also had the chance to take off their launch and entry suits following their launch and docking to the International Space Station and have changed into more comfortable flight clothing. And now they are just waiting to be welcomed aboard the International Space Station to complete their to-orbit 3-hour journey and subsequent leak checks. And currently on your screen is the current commander of the International Space Station, Oleg Kononenko. He is commander for Expedition 71, which will go through September 23rd.
20 minutes, 20 millimeters.
It is moving on.
That sounds like equalization.
What time is the conference?
What time is your...
So we are actually
Well, we're actually
ahead
of schedule. Let me double check.
And that Expedition 72 will kick off following the departure of NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson and her Roscosmos crewmates aboard the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft.
Well, Wi-Fi is not too good here.
22:30, I think Wi-Fi is not working very well here.
30 is some minutes.
Okay, we have time.
Well,
we'll be on time.
We'll make it on time.
The off-going station commander, Oleg Kononenko, again on your screen, will have completed a year-long expedition once he departs on the Soyuz MS-26-25 on September 23rd, along with Nikolai Chub and Tracy Dyson.
When are we going to perform 8.3? Later? Let me ask.
And then NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his crewmates, Alexei Ovchenin and Ivan Wagner, will spend approximately 6 months aboard the orbiting laboratory to conduct some scientific research as part of Expeditions 71 and 72.
You will turn com assets off after you open the hatch.
After the hatch is open.
Okay.
Then you will come back after the conference.
Turn it back on. Yes, please make sure you don't forget about the
after the conference you will come back and we will deactivate the com assets.
On our side, pressure is 750. That's in Soyuz. Copy.
And this is Pettit and Ovchinin's fourth spaceflight and Wagner's second. Pettit was selected as an astronaut by NASA in 1996, and across his 3 previous flights, Pettit served as the NASA Science Officer for Expedition 6 in 2003, and he operated the robotic arm for STS-126 in 2008, and then served as a flight engineer for Expeditions 30 and 31 in 2012, where he lived aboard the International Space Station for more than a year. Pettit's launch and docking today mirrors that of Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, who is scheduled to launch the station as part of the SpaceX Crew 9 Dragon later this month, providing a reciprocal crew exchange capability to maintain safe and continuous space station operations. Again, we are standing by for the opening of the Soyuz hatch to welcome the trio of astronauts, Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner aboard the International Space Station. The flight control team, as well as the crew aboard Soyuz and the International Space Station, are just working through some final steps and procedures to make sure the pressure is equalized on both sides before that final hatch can be opened.
We have 745.
Well,
the closer to the required number, the slower it comes. That's correct.
Да, нам надо дождаться какой величины,
Yes. We need to wait for the value that would allow us to hold it for 2 minutes. That's exactly what we're doing.
Весело там у вас.
Oh, you're having fun, guys.
Мы скоро к вам присоединимся.
I will join you very soon.
Yeah, so
Well,
we are actually tired waiting
we keep
for you.
waiting.
У нас давление 700.
Our pressure is 745 and it's stable for the second minute. Copy.
Дождем еще минуту.
Waiting for one more minute.
Да, принято.
Copy.
Угу.
For those of you who are just joining us, we are standing by for the hatch opening and welcoming of the Soyuz MS-26 crew, comprised of NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos cosmonaut crewmates Alexei Ovchenin and Ivan Wagner. The trio launched atop the Soyuz 2.1A booster from Launch Pad 6, Site 31 in Baikonur earlier today at 11:23 a.m. Central, 12:23 p.m. Eastern. They then docked after a 2-orbit 3-hour transit at 2:32 p.m. Central, 3:32 p.m. Eastern. And since then, teams have been working through procedures to conduct leak checks and pressurization. And we're standing by for the hatch opening and welcoming of the newly arrived Soyuz MS-26 crew. Once the hatches are open between the newly arrived Soyuz and the International Space Station, Pettit, Ovchenin, and Wagner will be greeted by the space station's current commander, Oleg Kononenko, who you see there on your screen, along with his crewmates, Roscosmos cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin, along with NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, Jeanette Epps, Sonny Williams, and Butch Wilmore, who comprise the Expedition 71 crew. They will then receive some congratulatory welcoming remarks from teams in Baikonur, along with the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow and the flight director here in Mission Control Houston. And now we see that Soyuz hatch beginning to open, standing by for crew to come on board. The hatch separating the International Space Station and Soyuz was opened at 4:58 p.m. Central, 5:58 p.m. Eastern to officially welcome the Soyuz MS-26 crew aboard the International Space Station.
Alexei, don't forget step 8.3.
And there's NASA astronaut Don Pettit flying in to the International Space Station on your screen now. And he was followed by Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner. And coming up in the back is the Soyuz commander and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexei Ovchenin. And there we go with the final of the trio aboard the Soyuz MS-26. The Soyuz commander for today, Alexei Ovchinin, being greeted by his Roscosmos crewmates. And with the crew officially aboard the International Space Station, they will go ahead and set up and stand by to receive some congratulatory welcoming remarks from the teams in Baikonur, as well as the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov outside of Moscow, and then finally from the team here in Mission Control Houston, led by Flight Director Rick Hinfling. So to recap, the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner launched atop a Soyuz 2.1A booster from Launch Pad 6, Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan earlier today at 11:23 a.m. Central Time, 12:23 p.m. Eastern Time. All three stages operated as expected during an 8-minute 45-second ride to place Soyuz in its preliminary orbit. Following a short 2-orbit 3-hour journey to the International Space Station, the spacecraft docked to the station's Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment at 2:32 p.m. Central, 3:32 p.m. Eastern, as the space station was flying 260 miles over central Ukraine.
One for Nikolai regarding TV.
Since then, teams have worked through procedures to conduct leak checks and pressurization, and the hatches between Soyuz and the International Space Station were officially opened at 4:58 p.m. Central, 5:58 p.m. Eastern.
We will complete operations in the vehicle, and we'll activate the camera.
Following hatch opening, Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner were greeted by the space station's current commander, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Kononenko, along with his crewmates, Roscosmos cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin, along with NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, Jeanette Epps, Sonny Williams, and Butch Wilmore. We are now standing by for them to receive some congratulatory welcoming remarks, which are expected in just a few minutes from now. We will hear those remarks from the teams in Baikonur, as well as the teams in the Mission Control Center just outside of Moscow, as well as Mission Control Houston.
ЦУП Москве, Бурлак 1.
Moscow Station, I'm Burlak 1. Moscow Station, this is Burlak 1.
Сереж, я
Sergey,
выполняю пункт 8.
I'm performing step 8.3. I'm deactivating the comm in Soyuz vehicle. Copy, sounds good. Moscow Station on stage to ground 1. Go ahead on stage to ground 1.
Сереж, я хотел...
Sergey, I wanted to clarify. In BO, we have purification units operating right now, so should we leave them as is? Yes, leave them as is, and please get ready for the PO event.
Я связь отключаю и потом отключу тогда блоки очистки.
Okay, so I will deactivate the purification units later, right?
Все принято.
Yes, that's correct.
We are currently standing by for the welcoming remarks for the newly arrived Soyuz 26 crew, comprised of NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner. They recently flew aboard the International Space Station, with the hatch opening taking place at 4:58 p.m. Central, 5:58 p.m. Eastern.
Экипаж МКС по Москве в канале SG1 по ТВ-репортажу.
Station Moscow on SG1 for media event. Just a moment, Sergey. Okay, we are waiting. Moscow, we activated the camera and we are gathering together. Copy. We are trying to get a signal from you. No, it's still off. We're just waiting for the people to gather. Okay, we are ready.
And we are continuing to stand by as the crew aboard the International Space Station is getting set up with a camera and mic for those welcoming remarks aboard the International Space Station to welcome the Soyuz MS-26 crew aboard and officially part of the Expedition 71 for a couple of weeks before Expedition 72 kicks off following the departure of the Soyuz MS-25.
Station Moscow on SG-1 for the media event. Sergey, as soon as we are ready, we'll call you. Okay. And we just wanted to let you know that we'll activate electron system in the SM. Copy.
And the crew is now getting set up for those welcoming remarks, and we'll be standing by to hear those remarks from Baikonur, as well as the Russian Mission Control in Moscow and Mission Control Houston.
Moscow station, we are all gathered and we are ready. Copy. Okay, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear and see all of you. We just don't see Kolya. He's hiding over there. Moscow, we are ready. Station, good evening. This is Dmitry Kalashnikov from MCC Moscow. Greetings to you. Good evening. Greetings to all ISS crew from the Russian Flight Control team, and we're glad to see Alexei, Ivan, and Donald as part of your crew, and we're hoping for productive work during your half-a-year mission. Good afternoon. Thank you for these kind words. Thank you. We are going to have a handover now. You will be preparing for work, and Oleg Dmitrievich will be preparing for return. And you have a lot of people now on the station, and it's great to see you all. I wish you good luck, good training, and return back. Thanks a lot. And Svetlana Mironova wants to join me in these greetings. She is the lead flight director. Congratulations, Alexei, Ivan, and Donald on the arrival and beginning of the new expedition. We are glad to see you all and have a great evening. And I'm giving the mic to Glavny now. Thank you. I'm glad to hear you as well. I also wish you a great mission. Congratulations on your arrival, and hopefully you'll get all your objectives completed. And I'm giving the floor to Houston. Thank you, Sergey.
Station, this is Houston on Space Ground 1. On behalf of the entire team in MCC Houston, congratulations to Don, Alexei, and Ivan on their successful launch and return to the ISS, and in so doing contributing to today's new record of having 19 humans in Earth orbit simultaneously. Godspeed to the newly expanded crew of Expedition 71.
Thanks very much for those great words. Expedition 71 has been a continuous adventure, and this is another part of that adventure that we've been looking forward to for a long time. It's great to get our guys up here and setting this record. It's just great to be up here for now. And I'm going to let Don say a few words here. And he's saying hello. He's home again.
Yeah, it's great to see Don back up there in his happy place. So station, please stand by for MCC Moscow.
Guys, congratulations again on your arrival. The event is over. Unless you have any words to say. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Great, and see you next time. You may deactivate the video.
Following a launch earlier today at 11:23 a.m. Central, 12:23 p.m. Eastern from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, that set the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft up for its 2-orbit, 3-hour journey. NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner have safely docked to the International Space Station's Rosviet module this afternoon at 2:32 p.m. Central, 3:32 p.m. Eastern. After a series of leak checks and pressurization, the hatches separating Soyuz from the space station were opened at 4:58 p.m. Central, 5:58 p.m. Eastern, and Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner were welcomed aboard by the Expedition 71 crew and just received some congratulatory welcoming remarks from teams on the ground. Now, with Soyuz MS-26 crew safely on board the International Space Station, we will go ahead and conclude our coverage for today. Again, thank you for joining us. This is Mission Control Houston.
And there we have it, the Soyuz MS-26 crew aboard the International Space Station. That's going to do it for our live launch coverage from launch to docking through hatch opening of Progress MS-26. If you haven't yet, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage. Space news update or exclusive 101 interview here at the launch pad. We are counting down just 7.5 hours till the historic Polaris Dawn spacewalk, and we hope you'll join us for that on our Polaris live tracker. But from our TLP Space Coast studio, my name's Zach, and we'll see you later tonight for the historic launch of the spacewalk for Polaris Dawn, as well as a Falcon 9 Starlink mission. We'll see you then, because space is better together. Goodbye.